Hello there, my sleepy nights. And tonight, we have a collection of ancient mysteries. Standing majestically on the Giza plateau, the Great Pyramid has captivated humanity for over 4 millennia. Built with mathematical precision that rivals modern engineering, this ancient wonder weighs approximately 6 million tons and was constructed with an accuracy that places it within 3/60th of a degree of true north. But here's what makes the Great Pyramid truly extraordinary. Despite centuries of study, we still don't definitively know how it was built or why. The structure contains over 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing up to 15 tons, assembled across a 13-acre base to reach an original height of 481 feet. And for nearly 4,000 years, it stood as the tallest human-made structure in the world. Yet, two fundamental questions remain unanswered. Questions that challenge everything we think we know about ancient civilization. First, how was it built? How did a Bronze Age civilization, working with copper tools and wooden sledges, quarry, transport, and precisely position millions of multi-ton stone blocks? Second, why was it built? Was it truly just a tomb for a pharaoh? Or does its sophisticated design serve a purpose we've yet to understand? Tonight, we'll examine these questions by first establishing the orthodox view, then systematically deconstructing it with some of the most credible alternative theories. What we'll discover is that the more we learn about the pyramids, the more mysterious they become, and the more they challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. According to mainstream Egyptology, the Great Pyramid's purpose is clear and unambiguous. They believe it was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu, who ruled during Egypt's 4th dynasty, around 2580 to 2560 BCE. This massive structure was designed to ensure the pharaoh's journey and rebirth in the afterlife, serving as his eternal resting place and a monument to his divine power. They believe the pyramid is part of a larger complex that included smaller pyramids for queens, mastaba tombs for nobles, and a mortuary temple connected by a causeway to a valley temple near the Nile. This elaborate arrangement follows the traditional Egyptian belief system, where the pharaoh, considered a living god, acquired proper burial facilities to maintain cosmic order and ensure his successful transition to the afterlife. The construction timeline, according to Orthodox theory, spanned approximately 20 years during Khufu's reign. This estimate is based on the ancient Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt around 450 BCE and recorded what Egyptian priests told him about the pyramid's construction. Modern Egyptologists have refined this timeline using archaeological evidence and mathematical calculations about workforce productivity. The construction method, as accepted by mainstream archaeology, involved a massive skilled workforce, estimated at around 20,000 to 30,000 people. Now, these weren't slaves, as popular culture often depicts, but rather seasonal workers, farmers who worked on the pyramid during the Nile's annual flood, when agricultural work was impossible. Recent archaeological discoveries of worker villages near the pyramids do support this theory, showing evidence of well-fed laborers who received medical care and proper burials. The tools used were typical of the Bronze Age. Copper chisels and picks for quarrying, wooden sledges for transportation, and ropes made from plant fibers. The Egyptians had sophisticated knowledge of metallurgy for their time, creating bronze tools that were harder than pure copper, though still relatively soft by modern standards. The quarrying process began in nearby limestone quarries, where workers would cut blocks using copper tools, wooden wedges, and lever systems. The massive granite blocks used in the king's chambers and other interior spaces were quarried from Aswan, nearly 500 miles south of Giza. They were then apparently transported down the Nile during the annual flood season, when the river was high enough to carry heavy barges. The most challenging aspect of the orthodox construction theory involves the massive external ramp required to lift blocks to the pyramid's upper levels. This ramp would have been a marvel of engineering in itself, requiring millions of tons of material and extending for miles across the desert. As each level of the pyramid was completed, the ramp would have been raised and extended, creating a colossal earthwork that would have dwarfed many ancient structures. Once the blocks reached the construction site, teams of workers would use a combination of ramps, levers, and pure human strength to maneuver each of these stones into its precise position. The final step involved fitting the blocks together with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between many of the joints. This baseline narrative has dominated archaeological thinking for over a century, supported by discovery of worker villages, some tool remains, and certain construction marks found within the pyramid itself. The orthodox view presents the Great Pyramid as the culmination of centuries of pyramid building evolution, representing the pinnacle of Old Kingdom engineering and religious architecture. But of course, that's just one theory. While the orthodox narrative provides a comprehensive framework, it faces significant challenges when examined closely. These problems aren't minor inconsistencies. They are fundamental issues that question whether the accepted construction methods could actually have built the pyramid we see today. The first major challenge concerns the tools supposedly used in construction. Archaeological evidence shows that ancient Egyptians possessed copper chisels, bronze implements, and stone hammers. However, modern experiments have revealed the severe limitations of these tools when applied to pyramid construction. Copper, even when hardened into bronze, remains relatively soft compared to the materials used in the pyramid. The limestone blocks, while workable with copper tools, would have required an enormous expenditure of time and effort. More problematically, the granite elements, particularly the massive blocks in the king's chamber, pose an almost insurmountable challenge for copper implements. Granite is one of the hardest stones on Earth, composed primarily of quartz, feldspar, and mica. Modern experiments attempting to cut granite with copper tools have shown that the metal becomes blunt after just a few strikes, requiring constant resharpening. The precision cuts visible in the pyramid's granite elements including the King's Chamber's sarcophagus, display tool marks that suggest cutting methods far more advanced than what copper chisels could achieve. The massive external ramp theory presents equally daunting challenges. Engineers have calculated that to reach the pyramid's apex, an external ramp would need to extend for over a mile at a manageable gradient of 8 to 10 degrees. This ramp would require approximately 17 million tons of material, nearly 3 times the mass of the pyramid itself. More puzzling is the complete absence of archaeological evidence for such a massive construction. Where are the remains for these millions of tons of ramp material? While some argue it was removed after construction, the logistics of dismantling and disposing of such a vast earthwork would have been almost as challenging as building the pyramid itself. Perhaps the most compelling problem is the extraordinary precision evident throughout the pyramid. The base is level to within just 2.1 centimeters over its entire 13-acre area. The stone blocks fit together with joints so tight that a knife blade cannot penetrate them. The internal chambers are positioned with mathematical precision that suggests advanced surveying and engineering capabilities. This level of accuracy exceeds what would be expected from the proposed construction methods. Moving multi-ton blocks up ramps, using sledges and human power, would inevitably result in positioning errors that would accumulate throughout the structure. Yet, the pyramid maintains its precision from base to apex. In 2007, French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin, after decades of studying pyramid construction, proposed a revolutionary solution that would overturn everything we thought we knew about ancient building techniques. The internal ramp theory. Instead of a massive external ramp, Houdin suggests that the ancient Egyptians built the main ramp inside the pyramid itself, spiraling upward as the structure grew. Now, this theory solves multiple problems simultaneously. An internal ramp would require far less material than an external one, explaining the absence of massive ramp remains. The ramp would have been built into the pyramid structure, then sealed as construction progressed upward. Houdin's theory is supported by several intriguing pieces of evidence. Thermal anomalies detected within the pyramid suggest the presence of internal voids that could represent sealed ramp passages. Additionally, certain irregularities in the pyramid's outer surface, previously unexplained notches and protrusions, align perfectly with where internal ramp openings would have been allocated. The internal ramp would have functioned as a continuous spiral, allowing workers to transport blocks efficiently to any level of the pyramid. This method would have been far more efficient than an external ramp, requiring fewer workers and less material while maintaining the security of the construction site. Computer simulations of Houdin's internal ramp system demonstrate that it could have functioned effectively, providing adequate space for workers and materials while maintaining the structural integrity of the growing pyramid. The theory has gained support from several prominent Egyptologists who see it as an elegant solution to the ramp problem. A more radical alternative theory suggests the ancient Egyptians used water power for both cutting and lifting the massive stones. This theory, championed by various researchers, proposes that the Egyptians had a more sophisticated understanding of hydraulics than previously recognized. The hydraulic lifting theory suggests that the Egyptians created an internal system of locks and water-filled shafts that could float heavy blocks to higher levels. Using the annual Nile flood, water would be channeled into chambers within the pyramid, creating a system of water elevators. This theory is supported by the discovery of sophisticated water management systems throughout ancient Egypt, including the irrigation networks that supported Egyptian agriculture. The Egyptians were master hydraulic engineers, capable of moving massive quantities of water across great distances. The internal shafts within the pyramid traditionally interpreted as air shafts for the pharaoh's spirit, could have served as part of this hydraulic system. Their precise angles and dimensions are consistent with water channels designed to control flow and pressure. Even more intriguingly, some researchers propose that the Egyptians used water-powered cutting techniques to achieve the precision seen in the pyramid stonework. This could have involved large, water-lubricated saws, or even high-pressure water jets. Evidence for advanced cutting techniques includes the presence of perfectly straight cuts in granite blocks, some showing parallel scratches that suggest the use of multi-bladed cutting tools. The precision of these cuts exceeds what would be expected from hand tools, suggesting mechanical assistance. Archaeological evidence from other ancient sites shows that water-powered machinery was not unknown in the ancient world. The Egyptians' sophisticated understanding of hydraulics, combined with their access to the Nile's predictable flood cycles, could have provided the power source for advanced cutting and lifting systems. Perhaps the most controversial alternative theory comes from French materials scientist Joseph Davidovits, whose background in polymer chemistry led him to a startling conclusion. At least some of the pyramid's blocks were not quarried stone at all, but rather an advanced form of ancient concrete. The theory proposes that instead of quarrying massive blocks and transporting them across great distances, the Egyptians mixed crushed limestone with a binding agent, possibly natron, a naturally occurring sodium compound abundant in Egypt, to create a malleable material that could be cast in place. This approach would solve the problems of transportation, lifting, and precision fitting in a single stroke. Blocks could be cast directly in their final positions, explaining the perfect joints and precise positioning seen throughout the pyramid. The material would have been light enough to transport as separate components, then mixed and cast on site. Davidovits supports his theory with microscopic analysis of pyramid stone samples, which he claims show evidence of rapid chemical settings and air bubbles consistent with cast concrete rather than natural limestone. He also points to the presence of organic fibers and other materials within the stones that would not naturally occur in limestone. Critics argue the geopolymer theory lacks sufficient archaeological evidence, and that the microscopic features Davidowitz identifies could have natural explanations. However, the theory continues to gain attention as it elegantly explains many of the construction challenges that still perplex us today. While the orthodox view presents the Great Pyramid as unambiguously a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu, several troubling facts challenge this interpretation. These aren't minor inconsistencies, but fundamental problems that question whether the pyramid's primary purpose was truly burial. The most glaring issue is the complete absence of any pharaoh's remains. Despite thorough exploration of the pyramid's interior, no mummy, burial artifacts, or evidence of a royal interment has ever been found in the Great Pyramid. This absence is remarkable, given that every other confirmed royal tomb in Egypt has yielded at least some evidence of burial, even when heavily looted. The standard explanation that tomb robbers removed everything faces serious challenges. The pyramid's interior passages are narrow, very difficult to navigate, making the removal of a heavy sarcophagus and associated burial goods extremely challenging. Moreover, tomb robbers typically left behind smaller artifacts, yet the pyramid's interior is completely barren of any burial-related materials. The granite box in the king's chamber, identified as Khufu's sarcophagus, presents its own mysteries. Unlike the elaborately decorated sarcophagi found in other royal tombs, this box is completely unadorned, lacking hieroglyphs, religious texts, or any indication of royal association. More puzzling is the sarcophagus's dimensions and finish. It's larger than the chamber's entrance, meaning it had to be placed during construction rather than after completion. The interior is roughly finished with visible tool marks, lacking the smooth, polished surface expected in a royal burial container. The lid is missing and has never been found, despite extensive searches. The pyramid's interior is starkly functional, completely lacking the elaborate texts that cover every surface of confirmed royal tombs. The walls of tombs in the Valley of the Kings are covered with spells from the Book of the Dead, religious imagery, and detailed accounts of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The Great Pyramid's interior contains none of these elements. This absence is particularly striking, given that pyramid texts, the earliest known religious writings, appear in later pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties. If the Great Pyramid was indeed a tomb, why would it lack the religious texts considered essential for the pharaoh's afterlife journey? In the 1990s, Belgian construction engineer Robert Boval, working alongside writer Adrian Gilbert, made an observation that would revolutionize pyramid research. Looking up at the night sky from Giza, Boval noticed something extraordinary. The 3 pyramids on the ground perfectly mirrored the 3 stars of Orion's belt in the heavens. The theory centers on the remarkable correspondence between the 3 Giza pyramids and the 3 stars of Orion's belt. When viewed from above, the pyramid's relative positions, sizes, and orientations precisely mirror the constellation the ancient Egyptians associated with Osiris, their god of the dead and rebirth. This correlation extends beyond mere positioning. The Great Pyramid's internal shafts, traditionally called air shafts, point with remarkable precision to specific stars that held religious significance for the ancient Egyptians. The southern shaft from the king's chamber targets Orion, while the northern shaft points to the pole star. Similar alignments exist for the Queen's chamber shafts. The astronomical purpose theory suggests that the pyramid functioned as a sophisticated instrument for tracking celestial cycles, particularly the precession of the equinoxes, a 26,000-year cycle that causes the apparent position of stars to shift gradually over time. The ancient Egyptians, according to this theory, possessed advanced astronomical knowledge that allowed them to encode cosmic cycles into their monuments. Supporting evidence includes the pyramid's precise orientation to cardinal directions and its mathematical relationships that mirror astronomical constants. The structure's internal geometry incorporates the golden ratio, pi, and other mathematical relationships that appear throughout cosmic structures. A fascinating alternative theory proposes that the Great Pyramid was engineered as a massive acoustic resonance chamber designed to harness and amplify specific sound frequencies for ritual, healing, or consciousness-altering purposes. This theory emerged from careful acoustic analysis of the pyramid's interior chambers, particularly the King's Chamber and its granite coffer. Researchers have discovered that the chamber resonates at a specific frequency, approximately 110 Hz, when sound is introduced. This frequency is significant because it corresponds to the fundamental resonance of the human skull and has been associated with altered states of consciousness in various cultures. The granite coffer, rather than being a sarcophagus, may have been designed as a resonating chamber. Its dimensions and the acoustic properties of granite create a powerful resonance effect when struck or when sound is introduced. The coffer's interior volume and proportions are precisely calculated to amplify specific frequencies. The pyramid's internal architecture supports this acoustic theory. The grand gallery, with its unique corbelled ceiling and precise dimensions, functions as a resonance chamber that amplifies and focuses sound waves. The ascending and descending passages create acoustic pathways that would channel sound throughout the structure. archaeological evidence from other ancient sites supports the importance of acoustics in ancient religious practices. Many stone circles, temples, and ceremonial sites worldwide demonstrate sophisticated acoustic design, suggesting that ancient cultures understood and utilized sound's power for spiritual and healing purposes. The acoustic theory proposes that the pyramid was used for initiation ceremonies, healing rituals, or consciousness expanding practices. Participants would enter the chambers and experience specific sound frequencies that induced altered states of consciousness, spiritual experiences, or healing effects. The most radical alternative theory comes from American machinist Christopher Dunn, whose background in precision manufacturing and aerospace engineering brought a unique perspective to pyramid research. In his groundbreaking book, The Giza Power Plant, Dunn proposed something that seemed impossible. The Great Pyramid was actually a sophisticated machine designed to generate and transmit energy. The power plant theory suggests that the pyramid utilized several energy sources working in combination. The massive granite blocks contain quartz crystals that exhibit certain properties. They generate electrical charges when subjected to mechanical stress. The pyramid's enormous weight, combined with natural seismic activity and Earth's rotation, would create constant mechanical stress in these granite elements. The theory proposes that underground water channels beneath the pyramid created chemical reactions that contributed to the energy generation process. The pyramid's internal chambers would have contained chemical solutions that would create electrical charges that could be harvested and converted. The missing capstone, according to this theory, wasn't decorative, but functional. A structure that would have focused and transmitted the generated energy, possibly in the form of microwaves. The pyramid's precise mathematical relationships and positioning would have been essential for efficient energy generation and transmission. Supporting evidence includes the pyramid's location on geological fault lines that would provide natural seismic energy. The presence of underground water channels that could support chemical reactions, and a sophisticated ventilation system that could have managed gas byproducts from chemical processes. The power plant theory suggests that the ancient Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge of physics, chemistry, and energy generation that has been lost to modern civilization. The pyramid represents not just architectural achievement, but technological sophistication far beyond what orthodox archaeology attributes to ancient cultures. Perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that the Great Pyramid's true nature cannot be captured by any single theory. The evidence suggests a structure that served multiple purposes simultaneously. A unified design that integrated burial, astronomical observation, acoustic resonance, and possibly energy generation into a single sophisticated machine. This theory proposes that the pyramid was indeed designed as a tomb, but one whose architecture was based on precise celestial alignments and acoustic principles. The structure could have functioned as a burial chamber, whose design incorporated astronomical knowledge, built using advanced engineering techniques, and which also served as a resonance chamber for initiation rituals or healing practices. The missing pieces of this puzzle may lie in understanding how the ancient Egyptians integrated multiple functions into a single design. The pyramid's internal chambers could have served astronomical, acoustic, and burial purposes simultaneously. Precise mathematical relationships encoded in the structure suggest a level of integrated planning that encompassed multiple disciplines we now consider separate. Regardless of which theory ultimately proves correct, the evidence consistently points to a civilization with a far more sophisticated understanding of mathematics, engineering, geology, and astronomy than traditional archaeology acknowledges. The Great Pyramid represents not just architectural achievement, but a monument to knowledge, capability that challenges our assumptions about ancient civilizations. The pyramid's greatest mystery may not be how it was built or why, but rather what it reveals about the true capabilities of our ancestors. Every attempt to explain its construction pushes the boundaries of what we believed possible for Bronze Age civilization. Every theory about its purpose suggests knowledge, understanding that we're only beginning to rediscover. The Great Pyramid stands as a testament to human ingenuity and ambition, but also as a humbling reminder of how much we still don't know about our own history. It challenges us to remain open to possibilities that don't fit our current understanding, and to continue questioning the assumptions we've inherited about the past. And so, in the end, perhaps the pyramid's true purpose today is exactly what it has always been. To inspire all, to challenge our understanding, and to drive our eternal quest for knowledge. As we continue to study this ancient wonder with ever more sophisticated tools and techniques, we may find that the greatest discovery is not what the pyramid was, but what it reveals about the limitless potential. There is a legend older than Hinduism itself, older perhaps than any religion still practiced on this earth. It tells of a vast sea that once covered Central Asia, stretching north of what we now call the Himalayas. And in the center of that sea, an island. Not a small island, a great one. So beautiful, the legends say, that no one who saw it could afterward describe it accurately. And on it, a civilization of extraordinary people who had mastered sciences and arts that the rest of the world would not approach for thousands of years. They lived in complete isolation. They did not trade. They did not wage war. They did not even communicate with the outside world, except through one means: a network of tunnels. Deep tunnels. Tunnels that stretched for hundreds, even thousands of miles beneath the surface of the earth, burrowing under whole continents and oceans, connecting the island to lands its people would never visit on foot. For a long time this arrangement worked. The island flourished in silence while civilizations above rose and fell and rose again. But eventually, something came for them too. The legends are not precise about what. A great flood, perhaps. An invading force of terrible proportions. Whatever it was, even this hidden paradise could not survive it by staying in place. So the people of the island did something remarkable. They moved underground. They abandoned the surface entirely, took their knowledge and their culture into those tunnels they had spent millennia building, and rebuilt their entire civilization beneath the earth. The island above disappeared. The sea that cradled it dried and became desert. The mountains that bordered it rose higher and higher as the continents shifted. And below all of it, in the deep dark, this kingdom endured. Its name, depending on who is telling the story, is Agartha. Now, what makes this legend unusual, apart from its age, is a small geological detail that most people overlook. There is no sea north of the Himalayas today. There are only deserts. Two of the most inhospitable places on the planet. Bone dry, wind blasted, lifeless for hundreds of miles in every direction. But if you were to climb the highest peaks of the Himalaya range and look carefully at the ground beneath your boots, you would find something very strange. Fish bones, coral reef fragments, the fossilized remains of sea lilies pressed into the rock. The Himalayas were once the ocean floor. The Tethys Sea. Before the vast geological event known as continental drift pushed India northward into Eurasia and crumpled the Earth's crust upward into the highest mountains on the planet, this entire region was underwater. There really was a sea. Whether there was ever an island in it is another question. The story of how Agartha reached the Western world begins in Paris in the summer of 1885 with a man named Alexander Saint-Dié. Saint-Dié was a philosopher and occultist, well respected in French intellectual circles, deeply curious about the hidden roots of language and religion. He had recently finished a major work on the Jewish mystical tradition, for which he had taught himself ancient Hebrew. Now, he wanted to go deeper. He wanted to learn Sanskrit, the ancestor of all modern Indo-European languages, and through it, unlock secrets even older than those he had already found. Through a mutual acquaintance, he was introduced to a teacher. The man called himself Prince Harji Sharif. He was supposedly an Indian scholar who had left the subcontinent after the Great Rebellion of 1857 and settled in France, where he made a modest living as a bird seller and professor of Oriental languages. But in truth, his origins were hazy. Most historians believe he was actually Afghan, likely operating under an assumed name. But his learning was beyond question. The surviving manuscripts of their lessons, preserved to this day in the library of Sorbonne, are written in exquisite script and demonstrate a formidable command of what he taught. The mystery of Agartha was planted in the very first lesson. At the top of the page, Harji had written his credentials: teacher and professor of the Great Agarthian School. Santiv asked what this meant. Harji gave vague answers and moved on with the lesson. But the Frenchman did not give up easily. They studied together 3 times a week. Harji would sign each page of Santiv's notebooks with his personal monogram as a mark of approval. Over time, the informal conversations between lessons became as important as the lessons themselves. Fragments survive, written in Sanskrit. Phrases like elements for the Agarthian rite, alone for the use of initiates, and the holy land of Agartha. And once, almost offhandedly, it said, how was he able to leave Agartha? Slowly a picture formed. Agartha was a hidden land deep below the surface of the earth, somewhere beneath the Himalayan mountain range. An enormous underground complex of cities, home to millions. Ruled by a sovereign pontiff known as the Brahmatma, and his 2 colleagues, the Mahatma and Mahanga. The entire collected wisdom of every age, knowledge lost to the surface world through wars and floods and the slow rot of time, was said to be preserved in its vast stone libraries, carved into pillars in a secret 22-letter script called Vatanian. This script, Harji told them, went all the way back to the very origins of civilization. Precisely 51,900 BC, and since then, it had been kept solely within the protected libraries of Agartha. Harji could write it as fluently as he wrote French. When Santiv asked to learn it, Harji wrote out the Frenchman's name in Vatanian characters with a small note beside it. Here, according to your ardent desire, but really, you are not yet sufficiently prepared. For Vatanian, slowly and surely. According to Santiv's account, our Agarthian civilization had been driven underground at the onset of the Kali Yuga, the present Dark Age cycle of Hindu chronology, around the year 3200 BC. in the millennia since, hidden from the wars and plagues and collapses that ravaged the surface world, their technology had advanced far beyond our own. He described gas lighting, railways, air travel, and one detail in particular that stands out to the modern reader. He described pathways of communication made not from steel but from flexible glass, which did not deplete the carbon reserves of the planet. This was written in the 1880s. He was describing fiber optics over a century before their invention. The people of Agartha kept careful record of every discovery made by civilizations above, monitoring the surface world through their vast network of tunnels. But they had evolved separately for so long that even their bodies had changed. Santiv was particularly fascinated by one detail. The Agarthians had developed 2 tongues with which they could speak 2 languages simultaneously. He would return to this detail again and again in his writings, as though it held some deeper significance he could not quite articulate. Santiv compiled everything into a book. He called it Mission of India in Europe, Mission of Europe in Asia. Hundreds of copies were printed and made ready for distribution across France. And then, without explanation, he ordered every copy destroyed. The reason has never been fully established. Some sources say he acted under orders from the great Agarthian school itself, told that the knowledge would not be understood, and that publishing it would be like casting pearls before swine. Others suggest something darker, that he was threatened with the dagger of initiates if he revealed their secrets. What we do know is that around this time, Harji's signature on the lesson pages grew sketchier, more careless, devolving from an elaborate monogram to a simple cross and then disappearing altogether. The lessons ended. The 2 men never appear to have spoken again. Santiv kept a single manuscript. When he died, it passed to his stepchildren, and eventually to a fellow occultist who published it in 1910 with several sections quietly removed. Those missing pages have never been recovered. If Santiv's account had been the only one, Agartha would likely have been forgotten as an eccentric footnote. But 37 years later, a Polish scientist named Ferdynand Ossendowski published a book called Beasts, Men, and Gods. Ossendowski was no mystic. He was a geologist and a chemist, fleeing Central Asia after the Russian Revolution, trying to stay alive. His book is an account of that desperate journey through Mongolia, and most of it reads exactly as you would expect: cold, hunger, violence, the daily mathematics of survival. But scattered through the narrative are moments that do not fit the rest. He describes occasions when everything around him simply stopped. Men froze where they stood, animals dropped to their knees, the wind fell silent, even the sun seemed to hang motionless in the sky. The herds of horses and cattle pressed flat to the ground, birds stopped mid-flight. When he asked an old Mongolian shepherd what was happening, the man answered plainly. "Thus it has always been," he said. "Whenever the king of the world in his underground palace prays and searches out the destiny of all peoples on the earth, the king of the world," the shepherd told him, "lived in a place far beneath the surface. He was attended by two companions, the Mahatma, who knew the purposes of future events, and the Mahinga, who ruled their causes. Together, they read the great book of human destiny." The shepherd spoke of this as plainly as he might speak of the weather. It was not belief, it was fact. The sky was blue. Water ran downhill. The king of the world lived beneath the earth, and sometimes he prayed. And when he did, the world above went quiet. On multiple occasions throughout his journey, when Ossendowski pressed Buddhist monks and lamas for more detail, a name was given: the kingdom of Agartha. He called it the mystery of mysteries. The parallels with Santiev's account, written 37 years earlier, was impossible to ignore. The same hidden underground kingdom, the same triple authority, the same location beneath the mountains of Central Asia. The obvious accusation was plagiarism, but Ossendowski kept a detailed daily journal. He brought back physical artifacts from his travels. And when the French philosopher René Guénon investigated the matter directly, Ossendowski stated that he had never read Santieve and had not heard his name until after his own book was translated into French. René Guénon found no reason to doubt him. And so, over the next 2 years, René Guénon conducted his own independent research, contacting scholars and monks across Asia. What he found led him to write his own book, The King of the World. In it, he confirmed that stories matching the Agartha legend were widespread across Mongolia and Central Asia, and could be found in some form in the traditions of most peoples on Earth. Three writers, working independently decades apart, describing the same impossible kingdom. None of them able to prove it existed. None of them willing to say it did not. There is one more thread to follow before we leave the story of Sandive. In 1935, a French esoteric scholar named Jean Rayard, a close associate of Guénon, revealed something that had been whispered about in occultist circles for decades. He claimed that a secretive group of Hindus had been searching for a suitable Western student, someone sympathetic to Eastern doctrines, someone with the public platform to introduce those doctrines to Europe. They had chosen Sandive. Harji was the first messenger, but he was not the last. In Sandive's own notebooks, buried in an analytic index, there is a reference to a second teacher. He calls one of his notebooks the secret teaching of the Brahmins, communicated to me by the Rishi. Bhagwandas Raji Shri. The name is almost entirely composed of honorifics, but this was unquestionably a different man from Harji, a guru described by Raynor as far more serious, originating from North India. This second teacher apparently worked with Sandive on the deeper mysteries, the connections between the Vatanian alphabet, Hebrew root words, and Sanskrit. But at some point the project soured. The second Indian determined that Sandive was unworthy. The problem, as Raynor later put it plainly, was that even the most sympathetic Westerners could not resign themselves to not being superior to the rest of the world. Sandive had written in his book that Agartha would reveal itself only when Christianity fulfilled the commandments of Moses. In his final work, he stated that India would need to be converted to a Christian order. Whatever the East had offered him, he He could not receive it without reshaping it in his own image. The teachings were withdrawn, and Santiv spent his remaining years trying to reconstruct from incomplete notes a system of knowledge he had been given only a glimpse of. The deeper you look, the more names you find for the same place. In Tibet, they called it Shambhala. It appears in ancient texts, foundational scriptures of Tibetan Buddhism, which were themselves allegedly brought out of the hidden kingdom. References to it surface in Hindu scripture too. The Vishnu Purana prophesies that it will be the birthplace of the god Vishnu's final avatar. But the legend is older than either religion. It predates written history entirely. It has been called the Forbidden Land, the land of white waters, the land of living fire, the land of the living gods. Every culture that speaks of it gives it a different name. None of them doubt that it exists. Always, the description is the same. A civilization beneath the earth, a green valley, extraordinary people, isolated by choice, ruled by a benevolent and powerful king. A place where love and wisdom reign, and where suffering, want, and old age hold no dominion. Always it is spoken of as a real place. The Tibetan Buddhist tradition holds that Shambhala will reveal itself to the surface world only when humanity achieves spiritual balance, a prophecy that mirrors almost exactly what Santiv wrote about Agartha. It is worth pausing here to note that the idea of a sacred world hidden inside the earth is not confined to Asia. In the Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah, the Zohar, the foundational text, teaches that the Garden of Eden was not merely a metaphor, but an actual physical place located deep within the earth. It could be reached, the text states, by traveling through a cave. Specifically, the cave of the patriarchs, known to Jews as the cave of Machpelah, and to Muslims as the sanctuary of Abraham, one of the most sacred pilgrimage sites in both religions. To this day, the cave has never been fully explored. Only a handful of its chambers have been assessed, each time by removing boulders and stone blockages, and always during brief windows of political upheaval. Both known entrances are sealed, one by a metal grate covered with a dome, the other by a single large stone. The Russian painter Nicholas Roerich spent 5 years and 15,000 miles searching for Shambhala. 5 of his men died on the journey. The closest they came, he wrote, was in the Altai Mountains, where an old sage led them to a small, abandoned temple and showed them the entrance to a tunnel sealed with carefully cut stones. The sage assured them that Shambhala would reveal itself when the world was ready. Merrick turned back. And then, of course, there are the tunnels. In almost every corner of the world, ancient cultures speak of deep passages that lead somewhere else entirely. In Guatemala, more than 500 miles of tunnels have been mapped beneath the Mayan pyramid complex of Tikal. The Maya sacred text, the Popol Vuh, describes an underground realm called Xibalba, inhabited by powerful beings whose civilization vanished before recorded history. When 500,000 Mayans disappeared during the collapse of their culture, modern researchers believe the answer lies somewhere in those tunnels. In Mexico, beneath the Pyramid of the Moon, a secret tunnel was discovered in 2020 using subsurface imaging technology 10 meters below the pyramid floor. No entrance has ever been located. No one has been inside. In Egypt, the Giza Plateau sits atop an enormous network of man-made tunnels. Natural caverns and subterranean rivers that have been continuously mapped since 1978. In ancient times, the Egyptians called this place Rosta, which translates simply as the mouth of the passages, the entrance to the underworld. Ancient historians spoke of a colossal underground city beneath the plateau, 3,000 chambers deep, lavishly decorated, known in Egyptian legend as the City of the Gods. The Greek historian Herodotus, visiting in the 5th century BC, described 12 interconnected underground palaces of white marble, so elaborate he could scarcely believe they were the work of human hands. Walls covered with carved figures, courts surrounded by colonnades. Near one corner, a pyramid 240 feet high, with an underground passage by which it could be entered. He was told that underground passages connected them to the Great Pyramids at Memphis. 500 years later, the historian Strabo confirmed the same account. The city Herodotus described has never been found. In North America, The Navajos say their ancestors emerged from a world beneath Navajo mountains. The Aztecs believed they were one of 7 tribes who came out of the caverns of Aztlan. And there is an old Apache legend of a deep cave in Arizona, said to lead to an inner world inhabited by a people no one on the surface has ever met. In India, the ancient religions speak of Patala, which translates as that which is below the feet, a beautiful underground realm of jeweled cities, golden walkways, sweet music, and fragrant air. Its inhabitants are the Naga, a race of semi-divine beings, half human, half serpent, who occasionally take full human form. Rituals devoted to the Naga have been practiced across South Asia for at least 2,000 years. They are described as wealthy, proud, and powerful. Guardians of treasure, both physical and otherwise, and they live underground. Remarkably, a near identical tradition exists in China, where earthbound dragons, the Fuzanglong and the Dulong, dwell beneath the surface, guard treasures, and control the flow of water. The parallels with the Naga are so precise that many scholars believe the two traditions share a single ancient root. And here, a strange thread connects. Remember that Santiv was fascinated by the claim that the people of Agartha had 2 tongues, allowing them to speak 2 languages at once. He treated this as a literal anatomical fact, but when you consider the forked tongue of a serpent and the Naga, the serpent people of Indian mythology, who live underground in a kingdom of extraordinary beauty, who guard ancient knowledge, who can take human form, the detail takes on a different color entirely. It is possible, though no scholar has made the argument directly, that the Naga are the Agarthians, or at the very least that these legends share a source old enough that no civilization alive today can claim to have invented it. Here is what we know for certain. The Himalayan mountain range was once the bed of an ancient ocean. Hydrological tests carried out by modern caving expeditions have confirmed the existence of large-scale cave systems beneath the surface. But the vast majority remain inaccessible. The deserts which stretch north of the mountains, where a sea once lay, are among the least explored regions on the planet. We know that 3 independent Western sources, a French occultist, a Polish scientist, and a French philosopher, each described the same hidden kingdom in strikingly consistent terms across a span of 40 years. We We know that these accounts are corroborated by traditions far older than any of them, reaching back beyond written history into the mythologies of Tibet, India, China, Mongolia, and Central Asia. We know that across every inhabited continent, ancient cultures tell of deep tunnels leading to an underground civilization. Some of these tunnels have been found. Some of them are still being mapped. Some remain sealed. And we know that a quiet Afghan man in Paris once signed his credentials as a professor of a school that, by all surface accounts, does not exist. That a Frenchman spent the rest of his life trying to understand what he had been taught, and died believing every word of it. That when the lesson ended and Harji disappeared, Santief continued to write about Agartha in veiled terms for decades. In an epic poem, in private letters, in the obsessive, unfinished work of his final years. Whatever he had been told in that study of Paris, it never let go of him. And we know that a Polish scientist, fleeing through the frozen wilderness of Mongolia with nothing on his mind but survival, watched men and animals fall silent together, and was told it was because of the king of the world who was praying. What we do not know is whether any of it is true. The evidence is not proof. It is something stranger than proof. It is a pattern, the same story, told by people who never met, in traditions that had no contact with another, on opposite sides of the earth, a kingdom beneath our feet, a civilization older than memory, tunnels that go deeper than anyone has dared to follow. Perhaps one day, someone will. What follows are the tales whispered through ages, stitched from clay tablets, half-forgotten hymns, and the imaginations of those who came long after. These are the myths and the lore of the Annunaki, gods to some, travelers to others, told and retold until the truth and legend blurred. Listen then, as you would to any story carried on the wind, not as history carved in stone, but as the echoes of what people might once have believed. They were here. The evidence is carved into stone, pressed into clay, written in a dead language that took centuries to decode. The Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, were not metaphors, not symbols, not primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. The ancient Sumerians insisted with disturbing consistency that these beings were real, physical, and they walked among us. In 1849, archaeologist Austin Henry Layard uncovered something impossible in the ruins of Nineveh. Buried beneath millennia of sand lay tablets describing aerial vehicles, weapons that could level mountains, and beings who claimed to have created humanity through manipulating what they called the essence of life. The British Museum catalogued these findings, translated them, and then silence. A century and a half later, we still don't talk about what those tablets really say. But here's what we know. 5,000 years ago, in what is now Iraq, civilization exploded into existence. Not evolved, exploded. Sumerians went from nomadic tribes to building cities with sewage systems, writing epic poetry, performing complex surgery, and mapping the movement of planets invisible to the naked eye. They credited none of this to human genius. Every text, every inscription, every myth points to the same source. The Anunnaki taught them. The Anunnaki gave them civilization. The Anunnaki made them. But who were they? The comfortable answer, the one you'll find in textbooks, is that they were gods, products of religious imagination. But the Sumerians never called them gods. That was our translation, our assumption, our way of filing away something that didn't exactly fit. The Sumerians called them those who came down, the shining ones, the watchers. They described them with unsettling precision. Taller than humans, with elongated skulls, eyes that held light, skin that seemed to shimmer. They came from a place called Nibiru, which every scholar will tell you was mythological. Except the Sumerians mapped its orbit. They calculated its return. They warned us it would come back. The tablets don't speak in metaphor when they describe the Anunnaki's arrival. They give dates, locations, witness accounts, They described the sound of their descent like thunder that shook the earth. They described the heat from their vehicles, hot enough to melt sand into glass. They described their settlements, their hierarchies, their conflicts. Maybe this wasn't mythology. Could it have been simply reporting? The creation story begins with a murder. You see, before humanity, before Earth as we know it, the Anunnaki existed in the void between the stars. Children of Anu, the infinite sky, and Ki, the fertile earth. They were born from violent cosmic union. The tablets speak of 600 who descended, 300 to remain on Earth, 300 to stay in what they called the hammered bracelet, a term that perfectly describes the asteroid belt, which the Sumerians shouldn't have known existed. The Atrahasis epic, older than the Bible by 2,000 years, tells us exactly why they came. Gold. They needed it not for wealth, but survival. To repair something failing in their atmosphere. For 150,000 years, the lesser Anunnaki, the Igigi, mined gold in Abzu, which scholars translate as underworld, but literally means deep Africa. The locations match perfectly. The oldest gold mines on Earth are in South Africa, some dating back 100,000 years. Who was mining gold in Africa 100,000 years ago? According to archaeology, no one. Humans hadn't developed the technology, but the mines exist. The evidence is there, carved into the earth itself. Then came the rebellion. The workers refused to continue. They burned their tools, surrounded the house of Enlil, the Anunnaki commander, and demanded freedom. The solution came from Enki, the scientist among them. See, he had been studying Earth's primitive hominids. He had an idea that would change everything. Create a worker. Create us. The tablet known as Enuma Elish describes the process with chilling clinical detail. They took the egg of an earth female, fertilized it with Anunnaki essence, and implanted it into Nima, an Anunnaki female. The first attempt produced a being that couldn't speak. The second couldn't hold food. The third couldn't reproduce, but the seventh attempt worked. They called him Adamo, the Adam of later traditions. We were property. Biological robots designed for one purpose: to work, to serve, to bear the yoke so the Annunaki wouldn't have to. The tablets are explicit about this. We were never meant to be free. We were never meant to think. We were certainly never meant to reproduce on our own. But Enki had other plans. See, against all prohibitions, he gave humanity the one thing that would change everything: the ability to procreate. The texts describe it as his greatest gift and his greatest crime. He didn't just alter our biology. He gave us the potential to evolve, to exceed our programming, to become something the Anunnaki never intended. Against direct orders from Enlil, he gave humanity the ability to procreate. Sumerian texts describe Enlil's rage when he discovered humans multiplying across the earth, spreading beyond the mining camps, developing language, creating culture. What happened next appears in every flood myth on Earth. But the Sumerian version contains details that others lack. The Anunnaki decided to wipe us out. Not with weapons, that would leave traces. They chose water. Enlil commanded absolute secrecy. Every Anunnaki swore an oath. No human would be warned. But Enki, bound by the letter of the law, if not its spirit, spoke to the wall of reeds, while Ziu Sudra, later called Utnapishtim, later still called Noah, happened to be listening on the other side. "Tear down your house," the god whispered to the reeds. "Build a boat. Abandon possessions. Save living things." The flood wasn't natural. The text describes something approaching from space, something the Anunnaki knew was coming. A weapon of Anu that would cause the polar ice caps to collapse. Modern science has found evidence of a massive comet impact around 12,800 years ago. The Younger Dryas event. that caused exactly the kind of flooding the tablets describe. The Anunnaki retreated to their orbital stations to watch humanity drown. But when the waters rose, something unexpected happened. The Anunnaki wept. The goddess Ishtar screamed in anguish. Even these beings, with all their power, are horrified by the magnitude of death they'd unleashed. When Zeus-Sudra's boat finally grounded and he made sacrifice, Enlil was furious to find humans had survived. But Enki argued successfully. Humanity had proven its worth. The decision was made to let us inherit the earth, but with conditions. Our lifespans would be shortened from the original 1,000-year generations to mere decades. We would be given enough knowledge to serve, but not enough to threaten. We would be taught to worship, to sacrifice, to remember our place. The divine powers of civilization, were distributed carefully. Writing went to scribes, but only certain scripts. Mathematics to builders, only practical applications. Astronomy to priests, but only what they needed for calendars. The deeper knowledge, the science of the Anunnaki, the technology of Nibiru, remained forbidden. The Anunnaki gave us civilization, but it was civilization on a leash. Every gift had a chain attached, and they instituted kingship. Human rulers claimed divine right because they literally carried Anunnaki blood. The text lists these bloodlines, traces these genealogies, insists these hybrid dynasties were real. In 1976, Zengaria Sitchin dropped a bomb on everything we thought we knew. Reading the same Sumerian tablets that scholars had studied for decades, he saw something others had missed or deliberately ignored. The Anunnaki weren't gods. They were extraterrestrials. The Nibiru wasn't heaven. It was a planet with a 3,600-year elliptical orbit that brings it through our solar system. The divine genealogies weren't mythology. They were crew manifests. Now, Sitchin's translations were revolutionary and terrifying. These celestial boats became spacecraft. the weapons of brilliance became nuclear devices. And he pointed to actual evidence. The layer of radioactive ash at Mohenjo-Daro, the vitrified sand in the Sinai Peninsula that looks exactly like nuclear test sites in Nevada. The creation of man became genetic engineering, with the Anunnaki splicing their DNA with Homo erectus creatus, a detail that would have seemed like pure fantasy in 1976, but sounds disturbingly plausible in our age of CRISPR technology. Academic Mariologists attacked immediately. Sitchin had mistranslated, they said. He was seeing what he wanted to see. He was pushing pseudoscience. But here's what his critics couldn't explain. Why did so many ancient cultures describe similar phenomena? Why did the Dogon tribe in Mali know that Sirius had an invisible companion star, Sirius B, centuries before telescopes could detect it? They said beings from Sirius had taught them. Beings they called the Nomo. Beings who sound almost quite similar to the Anunnaki. Why did the Sumerian tablets accurately describe the solar system, including Uranus and Neptune, which weren't discovered until the 18th and 19th centuries? Why did they know the Earth's orbit had been disrupted? That the asteroid belt was the remnant of a destroyed planet they called Tiamat? Why did they insist that gold could be used to repair atmospheric damage? Something NASA would only confirm as theoretically possible in the 21st century. The ancient astronaut theory refuses to die because it explains quite a lot. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations simultaneously. The obsession with gold in every ancient culture. The universal flood myths. The consistent descriptions of gods as physical beings who ate, drank, had sex, and could die. The Aboriginal Australians' stories of the Wandjina, tall beings with halos who came from the sky. The Hindu Vimanas, flying vehicles described with technical specifications. The Chinese dragons who descended from the heavens to teach the first emperors. Even our own evolution has holes that that the Anunnaki theory fills. The sudden doubling of human brain size 200,000 years ago, the fused chromosome that separates us from all other primates, a fusion that looks exactly like genetic manipulation. The fact that we're the only species that needs assistance to give birth, as if our heads evolved too large for our pelvises, or were designed that way. The mysterious junk DNA that makes up 98% of our genome, which geneticists now admit looks like deactivated programming code. Some say the Anunnaki never left. They just changed their names. Travel to Baalbek in Lebanon. See the trilithon, 3 stones weighing 800 tons each, fitted so precisely you can't slip a razor blade between them. Moved into place when, by whom? The Romans built on top of these stones, but admitted that they did not place them. Local legend says the Anunnaki built the original platform as a landing site for their vehicles. Open the Hebrew Bible. Meet the Nephilim, literally those who fell or those who descended. Genesis 6:4 doesn't mince words. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children with them. The text treats this as historical fact, not allegory. The Book of Enoch, banned from the Bible but preserved in Ethiopia, names these beings Semyaza, Azazel, and 200 others who descended on Mount Hermon to make human wives and teach forbidden knowledge. The parallels are impossible to ignore. The Watchers of Enoch are the Ikiki of Sumerian texts. The forbidden knowledge they taught, metallurgy, cosmetics, weapons, astrology, matches exactly what the Anunnaki gave humanity. The hybrid children, the giants, the heroes of old, all echo the Sumerian stories of demigods like Gilgamesh, 2/3 divine, 1/3 human. Go to India. In some texts you find descriptions of weapons that sound like nuclear bombs. A single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. It reads, an incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns rose in all its splendor. You can read about the Vimanas, flying vehicles with mercury engines and gyroscopes. You'll also meet the Devas and the Asuras, sky beings at war, using Earth as their battlefield. Visit Pumapunku in Bolivia. Examine the famous H-blocks, massive stones machined with impossible precision, containing drill holes that maintain perfect depth and angle. The Aymara people say they were built by the gods in a single night, using technology that could levitate stone. Maybe the evidence is everywhere. Maybe it's been hiding in plain sight. The pine cone in Vatican City, the Sumerian symbol of the pineal gland, which the Annunaki called the seat of the soul. The handbag motif carried by winged beings in Assyria reliefs, identical to the bags carried by Quetzalcoatl in Mexico and the Wangina in Australia. The elongated skulls found in Peru, Egypt, Malta, Russia, all showing the same artificial cranial deformation, all trying to mimic something or someone. Even our modern UFO phenomena fits this pattern. The description of greys match the ancient descriptions of the Agigi, smaller beings who serve the taller ones. The reported genetic experiments, the hybrid breeding programs, the obsession with human reproduction, all echo what the tablets say the Anunnaki did thousands of years ago. The locations of sightings cluster around ancient sites: Mesopotamia, Peru, Egypt, the American Southwest, where the Hopi say that the ant people emerged from the underground cities. In 2003, the Iraq National Museum was looted. 15,000 artifacts vanished, including numerous untranslated Sumerian tablets. The ones recovered were mostly the ones already photographed and translated. The new ones, the dangerous ones, disappeared into private collections. Who wanted them? Why? The US military's first priority in Baghdad wasn't securing weapon sites. It was securing the museum. What were they looking for? Dr. Heather Lynn, researching at the British Museum, discovered that certain tablets are restricted, viewable only with special permission that's rarely granted. These tablets, she was told, contained sensitive material. But what could be sensitive about 5,000-year-old clay tablets? unless they contain information that challenges fundamental assumptions about human history. Unless they name names, describe technologies, provide details that someone doesn't want public. The Vatican's secret archives hold thousands of confiscated texts about the Nephilim and the Watchers. Turkey has closed access to their underground cities, citing preservation concerns after ground-penetrating radar revealed levels extending far deeper than officially acknowledged. Levels that predate known human civilization. In 1991, geologist Robert Schoch proved the Sphinx was weathered by rainfall. Rainfall that ended 7,000 years before Egyptologists say it was built. His findings were attacked. His funding was cut. His career nearly destroyed. The message was clear. Don't dig too deep. Don't ask certain questions. The same happened to archaeologist Virginia Steen McIntyre when she dated human artifacts in Mexico to 250,000 years ago. The site was closed down, but people keep finding things. In 2018, the Bosnian pyramids revealed electromagnetic frequencies emanating from beneath them, the same frequencies detected at other ancient sites worldwide. In 2020, LiDAR technology revealed vast underground networks beneath Angkor Wat, Teotihuacan, and Giza, all aligned to specific star systems, all containing chambers sealed since antiquity. Local workers at archaeological sites report consistent phenomena: equipment malfunctions near certain artifacts. Digital cameras capture anomalies invisible to the naked eye. Ground-penetrating radar shows metallic objects deep underground that excavations mysteriously never reach. The Sumerians told us the Annunaki would return when Nibiru completes its orbit. They gave us mathematical formulas to calculate it. According to their calendar, that time is approaching. Perhaps that's why the silence feels so heavy, so deliberate. Perhaps someone knows exactly what's buried. Or perhaps they're already here, walking among us, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The tablets say they can take any form, that they gave this ability to certain human bloodlines that were instructed to preserve knowledge, to maintain positions of power, to prepare for the return. These are the same bloodlines that appear repeatedly in positions of global authority. The same families that control archaeological access. The same groups that classify findings as sensitive. We are living in the days of the Sumerians prophesied. Our scientists splice genes, create chimerias, grow organs in labs, using techniques the tablets say the Anunnaki used to create us. We send signals into space, searching for intelligence, while ignoring the messages carved in stone beneath our feet. We develop artificial intelligence, quantum computers, dimensional mathematics, racing toward technological singularity that might be a scheduled appointment. The tablets warned us. They said humanity would reach a point where we would have to choose, evolve, or repeat the cycle. They said the Anunnaki would return not as saviors, but as judges, to see if their experiment had succeeded or failed, to determine if we were ready for the next phase, or if we needed another flood, another reset, another age of forgetting. But here's what the ancient texts also tell us. We have something that the Anunnaki didn't expect. When Enki gave us the ability to procreate, he gave us more than biology. He gave us the power to evolve independently, to exceed our programming, to become something our creators never intended. The human spirit that cannot be controlled, cannot be predicted, cannot be destroyed. Every culture that remembers the Anunnaki also remembers this, that they fear us, not our weapons or our numbers, but our potential. We are the children who might surpass the parents, the creation that might unmake the creators. That's why they test us through proxies and phenomena rather than direct contact. The megaliths that encode mathematical constants, the myths that preserve historical data, the bloodlines that guard ancient knowledge, the technologies emerging that now mirror what the tablet described, the visitors, UFOs, interdimensional beings, whatever name we give them, increasing in frequency as we approach the crossroads. The Anunnaki left us a choice, hidden in Sumerian grammar. The Anunnaki can be translated two ways. Those who from heaven to earth came, or those who from heaven to earth come, past tense or present continuous, history or prophecy. Were they here? Are they here? The tablets say that when Nibiru becomes visible to the naked eye, when the earth shakes with increasing frequency, when humans rediscover the technologies of the gods, when we begin to leave our planet as they once left theirs, that is when the silence breaks. That is when the watchers become the watched. That is when we learn if we are alone in the universe, or if we never were. The Anunnaki told us they would return. They told us when. They told us how to recognize the signs. Every ancient culture preserved this warning, hidden in their myths, encoded in their monuments, whispered in their prophecies. The only question that remains is not whether they were real. The evidence is overwhelming for those who dare to look. The question is whether they're coming back or whether they never left. Whether we are their children, their experiment, or their replacement. Whether the next chapter of human history will be written by us or for us. The Sumerians had a saying: when the gods return, the wise will have prepared, the foolish will have forgotten, the brave will have become. Become what? The tablets don't say. Perhaps that's the point. Perhaps that's the test. Perhaps that's why they're watching. Perhaps that's why they're waiting. The stars above Mesopotamia shine with the same cold light that witnessed humanity's creation. In the darkness between them, something watches. Something waits. Something remembers what we've forgotten and knows what we're becoming. The Anunnaki are not a myth to be dismissed or a theory to be debated. They are a reality we're not prepared to face. A truth our civilization isn't structured to accept. A homecoming we've spent 5,000 years trying to forget. But forgetting doesn't make something untrue. It just makes the remembering more painful. And perhaps we're starting to remember. The evidence keeps surfacing. In 2021, the Israeli Antiquities Authority released Dead Sea Scroll fragments that mention visitors from heavens who walked as men among men. In 2022, Chinese archaeologists discovered jade tablets describing dragon kings from the stars, who taught the first emperor the secrets of metallurgy and medicine. We stand at the threshold. The veil is thinning. The ancient promise or threat of return grows closer with each passing day. The Annunaki left us the breadcrumbs, a trail of evidence designed to reactivate at the right moment, when humanity reaches the necessary technological and consciousness level to understand what we really are. We are not alone. We never were. And soon, very soon, we might have to face the truth about our creators, our purpose, and our destiny among the stars. There is a story, and it may be true, about a dinner party in Paris in the year 1760. The guest of honor was a man who called himself the Count of Saint Germain. Nobody knew where he came from. Nobody knew his real name. He spoke French, German, English, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and several Eastern languages with such fluency that native speakers of each assumed that he was one of their own. He played the violin like a virtuoso. He painted. He claimed to have perfected a technique for enlarging diamonds. He dressed immaculately, wore jewels on every finger, and never ate in public. At this particular dinner, the conversation turned, as it so often did around Saint Germain, to history. And the Count began to describe, in considerable detail, a conversation he'd had with Richard the Lionheart during the Crusades. He said it casually, the way you might mention something that happened last weekend. The other guests shifted in their chairs. The Count noticed and smiled, but did not correct himself. Later that evening, someone approached his valet, an elderly man who had served Saint Germain for as long as anyone could remember, and asked, half joking, whether it was true that his master was 300 years old. The valet considered the question carefully. "I cannot say for certain," he replied. "I have only been in his service for 100 years. And this is where it begins, not with gods who live forever. Every culture has those, and they are easy to explain. This is about something else, something more unsettling. This is about people, or mortals, who simply did not die. Across continents and centuries, in civilizations that had no contact with one another, there are accounts of men and women who lived for centuries, or who turned up long after they should have been dust. Some of these accounts are myths, some are legends, and some of them have paperwork. Let's begin with the Count of Saint Germain, since we're already in his company. He first appeared in the courts of Europe around some time in 1710, though the exact date is uncertain because he seemed to already have been around for a while by the time anyone thought to write him down. Nobody could pin down his nationality. Nobody could trace his wealth, which was considerable. He carried loose diamonds in his pockets the way other men carried snuff. Over the next several decades, he moved through the highest circles of power in France, Germany, England, Russia, and Italy. Welcomed everywhere, trusted by monarchs, and understood by no one. He was received by Louis XV, who is famously suspicious of courtiers and their motives, yet who gave Saint Germain private apartments and a fully equipped laboratory. Voltaire, not a man given to credulity or to flattering anyone, called him a man who never dies and who knows everything. Casanova met him on multiple occasions across several years, and was struck by how little he seemed to age between encounters. The Countess von Gorgi insisted, loudly and to anyone who would listen, that she had met this man, this exact man, in Venice 50 years earlier, and that he looked exactly the same, not similar, the same. These were not peasants reporting a vision in a field. These were diplomats, monarchs, and philosophers. People with reputations to protect, all saying roughly the same thing. This man does not age. This man knows things he shouldn't know. And Saint Germain himself did nothing to dispel the rumors. He would casually correct historical details about events from centuries past, with ease of someone who'd been there. And when pressed, he would simply smile. He never confirmed anything directly, but he never denied it either. He officially died on the 27th of February, 1784, in the court of Prince Charles Hesse-Kassel, one of the few men Saint Germain seemed to have considered a genuine friend. He was buried, and the matter should have ended there. But it didn't. Reliable accounts place him at the French Revolution in 1789. Countess Dadimar wrote in her memoirs that he appeared to her and warned her of the bloodshed to come. The terror, the fall of the monarchy, with the resigned sadness of someone describing something he had already seen play out. She also noticed that he appeared no older than when she had seen him decades earlier. There are reports of him in the early 1800s, in the 1900s, An alleged photograph from the earliest 20th century circulated for years. Annie Besant claimed to have met him in 1896. The descriptions never changed: the immaculate dress, the jewels, the knowledge of things no living person should ever remember. He is either the most extraordinary con artist in European history, or something that doesn't have a comfortable explanation. Next, there is Nicholas Flamel. Now, on the surface, his story is modest. He was a Parisian scribe and bookseller born around 1330, who lived a quiet, prosperous life with his wife. He donated money to churches. He commissioned headstones. He died on the 22nd of March, 1418, and was buried in the Church of the Holy Innocents. His will survived. His tombstone survived. His legacy, by all rights, should have been a footnote. Except that in the decades and centuries after his death, travelers began to report seeing him. A man matching his description was reportedly encountered in Turkey, then in India. Always older but very much alive and in the company of his wife, who had supposedly died before him. The alchemist Paul Lucas, traveling through the Ottoman Empire in the early 1700s, nearly 3 centuries after Flamel's death, met a dervish who told him matter-of-factly that Flamel was alive and well, and that he and his wife had faked their deaths, and that they were living in the East. Then there is the matter of the tomb. Later accounts claimed that when Flamel's grave was eventually opened, the details vary on exactly when and by whom, but that it was empty. No body, no bones. The headstone was there, the records were there. The man was not. Whether this is true or simply the kind of detail that attaches itself to a good story, no one can say for certain, but it has been repeated for centuries, and no one has convincingly put it to rest. The explanation that attached itself to Flamel, and that has never quite let go, is the Philosopher's Stone. The legend says he acquired a mysterious book, the Book of Abraham the Jew, and that through decades of study he decoded its secrets. The stone in alchemical tradition was not primarily about turning lead into gold, though it could supposedly do that. The real prize was the elixir of life. The transmutation of metal was a side effect. The transmutation of mortality was the point. Whether Flamel ever found such a thing, no one can say. What the records show is a modest scribe who lived a comfortable life, gave generously to the poor, and died at a reasonable age for his era. What the legend insists is something else entirely, an empty tomb, a wife who should have been dead walking beside him through distant countries, and a secret that outlived everyone who might have explained it. Of all the immortality stories in European history, Flamel's is the quietest, the most domestic, and for that reason perhaps the most unsettling. The Count of Saint Germain was flamboyant enough to be dismissed as a performer. Flamel was a bookseller. Booksellers do not usually become legends, unless something genuinely strange might have happened. And then, further east and further into strangeness, there is Li Qing Yan. According to various accounts, some more reliable than others, all of them extraordinary, Li Qing Yan was a Chinese herbalist, martial artist, and tactical advisor who was born in 1677 and died in the May of 1933. If true, he lived to the age of 256. The New York Times ran his obituary. That fact alone is worth sitting with for a moment. This was not a folk tale passed down through villages. One of the most respected newspapers in the world reported his death and his age as a matter of record. A 1930 New York Times article had noted that Professor Wu Cheng-chia of Chengdu University had found imperial Chinese government records congratulating Li on his 150th birthday in 1827. And further records congratulating him on his 200th in 1877. Li Cheng himself, when asked for the secret of his longevity, offered advice that was either profound or evasive depending on your inclination. "Keep a quiet heart," he said. "Sit like a tortoise. Walk sprightly like a pigeon. Sleep like a dog." He was a practitioner of Qigong and a herbalist who consumed goichi berries and wild ginseng throughout his life. He reportedly had over 200 descendants and outlived 23 wives. When he was asked near the end of his life whether he had any regrets, he said nothing about the centuries he had supposedly witnessed, the fall of dynasties, the wars, the turning of ages. He said he regretted nothing except that he had not been able to remain more still. He was either the longest lived human being in recorded history or one of the most peculiar cases of identity confusion ever documented. Scholars have suggested that his birth records may have belonged to an ancestor, or that multiple generations of herbalists in the same lineage were conflated into one person. These are not reasonable explanations, but no one has proven any of them, and the New York Times, for whatever it is worth, printed his age without qualification. Now, not everyone who lived forever chose it. Some of the most haunting immortality stories across human cultures are not stories of triumph. They are punishments. And the punishment is always the same. You wanted to live. Now, you can never stop. The most widespread of these figures is the Wandering Jew, or known as Ahasuerus, or by no name at all. The legend runs as follows. When Christ was carrying the cross to Calvary, he paused to rest against the wall of a house. The owner of that house, a cobbler in most versions, struck him or drove him away, telling him to move on. Christ apparently looked at him and said, "I go, but you shall wait until I return." And so the man walks. He has been walking for 2,000 years. Reported sightings of the Wandering Jew span 13 centuries and stretch across the whole of Europe and beyond. He was seen in Hamburg in 1547, where a bishop named Paulus von Eystein claimed to have spoken with him at length and found him fluent in every language but consumed by grief. He was reported in Spain, in England. In the Ural Mountains in Scandinavia, he appeared in different cities under different names, but the description was always remarkably consistent. A tall, gaunt man with deep-set eyes who carried an impossible weight of years and knew too much, far too much, about the streets of ancient Jerusalem, about everything. The earliest written account of him comes from a chronicle by Roger of Wendover in 1228, who recorded the testimony of an Armenian archbishop visiting England. The archbishop claimed to have personally dined with the man, who was at the time called Cartaphilus, and to have heard his story firsthand. From there, the sightings multiply across centuries through the medieval period, the Renaissance, as well as into the modern era. As late as 1868, a Mormon apostle in Salt Lake City reported an encounter with a mysterious wanderer who identified himself as the same man. What makes the Wandering Jew distinct from other legends is the texture of the sightings. These are not glimpses, not fleeting figures on a dusk road. People claim to have sat with him, spoken with him for hours, heard him describe events from 2 millennia ago with the weariness of someone who had seen everything. He is not a trickster like Saint Germain. He is not a mystery to be solved. He is more a tragedy to be witnessed. And in every account, the same detail recurs. He does not want to be alive. He is not clinging to existence. He is enduring it. Half the world away, in a tradition far older than Christianity, there is another figure who walks and cannot stop. His name is Ashwatthama, and his story is told in the Mahabharata, the great Sanskrit epic of ancient India. Ashwatthama was a warrior, the son of Drona, one of the greatest teachers of arms the world had known. And during a cataclysmic war, after his father was killed through deception, he committed an act of terrible vengeance. He crept into the enemy camp at night and slaughtered warriors in their sleep, including children. In some versions, he unleashed the Brahmastra, a weapon of divine destruction against the unborn. For this crime, Krishna cursed him. The jewel that had been embedded in Ashwatthama's forehead since birth, a gem called the Mani, which had granted him protection from all earthly dangers, disease, weapons, hunger, thirst, fatigue, was torn from his flesh, leaving a wound that would never heal. And Krishna spoke the sentence. Ashwatthama would wander the earth for 3,000 years alone in pain, with that open wound weeping on his forehead, unable to die and unable to find rest. He would carry the memory of what he had done through every waking moment of those 3,000 years. The wound would not let him forget. The loneliness would not let him forget. And no one would help him, because no one could. This is not ancient history in the way that it might be in Western tradition. In parts of India, Ashwatthama is present tense. There are villages, particularly in and around the forests, where people claim to have seen him. A large man walking alone through the trees at night. The wound on his forehead will not close and blood that will not dry. Tribal communities in the region have reported encounters for generations. Some say he comes to the temples before dawn when no one else is there and leaves offerings of flowers stained with blood from the wound. Others say he has been seen asking villagers for turmeric and oil, substances that might soothe the wound. Offerings are sometimes left at the edges of forests for him, not out of worship, out of pity, and perhaps out of the quiet, an inherited understanding that some fates are worse than death. Ashwatthama is one of the Chirunjivi, the 7 immortals of Hindu tradition, who are, according to scripture, alive at this moment. Not dead and remembered, not ascended to another plane, not symbolic, alive, walking the earth as these words are spoken. Hanuman, the devoted servant of Lord Rama, is another, though his immortality is a blessing, not a punishment. Parashurama, the 6th avatar of Vishnu, the warrior with the axe, who purged the earth of corrupt kings 21 times over, is said to be meditating somewhere in the mountains, waiting for the age to turn. Vyasa, the sage who composed the Mahabharata itself, is said to be another of the seven. The author of the story is still alive inside his own story. According to tradition, these beings have not died, and will not die until the end of this age of the world. They are out there right now, maybe even listening to this. There is a layer beneath all of this, older than history, older than any individual name or story, and it is arguably the strangest part. Before the first cities were built, before the first written languages developed beyond tallying grain and livestock, two civilizations, separated by geography, culture, and possibly by millennia, recorded the same impossible thing. The Sumerians, who built the earliest known civilization in Mesopotamia, kept a document called the Sumerian King List. It is one of the oldest pieces of writing in the world, and it records, in the same matter-of-fact administrative tone as any census or tax toll, that the early kings of the world ruled for tens of thousands of years each. Alulim of Eridu ruled for 28,000 years. Alalgar ruled for 36,000. Another ruled for 43,000. The numbers are staggering, absurd, impossible by any modern understanding of human biology, but the scribes who wrote them down did not present them as legends. They are listed in the same format, the same bureaucratic indifference as every other king on the list. And then something happens. The text reads, "Then the flood swept over." After the flood, the rains drop dramatically. The first post-flood king, Jushur of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years. Still extraordinary, but a fraction of what came before. And the numbers keep falling, generation by generation, until they reach plausible human lifespans. Dozens of years, not thousands. Almost like something broke, as if some mechanism that had sustained those early lives was switched off or washed away, and humanity began to wind down the clock. Now, consider Genesis. The Hebrew scriptures record almost exactly the same pattern. Adam lived to 930 years, Seth to 912, Enosh to 905, Methuselah, the oldest of them all, to 969. These figures are presented in genealogies, not poems, not parables, lists. And then the flood comes. After the flood, Noah lives to 950. But his descendants do not. Shem lives to 600, Arpachshad to 438, Shelah to 433. The numbers seem to tumble generation by generation, in what reads almost like a decay curve, a frequency dropping, until Abraham dies at 175 and Moses at 120, and the age of impossible lifespans is over. Whatever had sustained those early lives was gone, spent, diluted. The world after the flood was the same world, but something fundamental about it had changed. Two civilizations, two completely independent traditions, same story. Unthinkable longevity before a flood, followed by a sharp, irreversible decline, as if something had been taken away, as if the flood didn't just drown the world. It drained something out of it. But there are sensible explanations for all of this. Sumerian numbers may be symbolic. Mathematical constructs in a base 60 system, representing something other than literal years. The Bible lifespans may be theological, a way of saying the world grew dimmer as it moved further from its source. But neither text reads like symbolism. Both read like records, both sit inside longer documents that transition, without any change in tone or format, into historically verifiable events and people. The impossible parts and the possible parts are written in the same hand, in the same voice, as though it were all simply what happened. So, what are we left with? A count who attended dinner parties for centuries. A scribe whose tomb was supposedly empty, a herbalist whose government couldn't keep track of his age because he outlived their records. A cobbler who was cursed to walk the earth till the end of time. A warrior bleeding in the forests of India. Two ancient civilizations, worlds apart, writing down the same impossible arithmetic. Three stories span centuries and continents. They cross boundaries of language, religion, culture. And they share a peculiar quality that is easy to miss if you're not looking for it. The immortals seem to suffer. Not all of them, but most. And the older the story, the sharper the suffering. Ashwatthama wanders in agony. The wandering Jew walks in grief. Tithonus, in Greek myth, was granted eternal life by Zeus at the request of Eos, the goddess of the dawn who loved him. But she forgot to ask for eternal youth. It is one of the cruelest details in all of mythology, the small omission. One word left out of the wish and it becomes a nightmare. So, Tithonus aged and kept aging, shriveling and shrinking, his skin like parchment, losing his mind, and his body with his life burned on without end, and he begged for death, but it would not come. It had been told not to. Eventually the gods took pity, or perhaps grew tired of listening and turned him into a cicada. His voice remains dry, rasping, but everything else is gone. Even the goddess who had loved him could not bear to look at what he had become. She turned away. Dawn still comes every morning, but she does not look back. Even Saint Germain, if the stories are true, presents a picture that is less inviolable than it appears. A man with no home, no country, no family, always arriving, always charming, always leaving, never still, never known, moving through centuries like a stone skipping across the water. Jonathan Swift in Gulliver's Travels imagined a race of immortals called the Struldbargs. They could not die, but they could not stop aging either. By 80 they were senile. By 100 they were decrepit beyond recognition, unable to converse because the language itself had changed around them, while their minds crumbled. They lived on, forgotten by everyone, understanding nothing. Swift meant it as satire. It reads like something written by a man who had listened very carefully to the old stories. There is a pattern here, and it's worth naming. The old stories, the ones with roots, the ones that survived because they carried something true. Almost always, they treat immortality as a curse. The old stories understood something that the modern imagination has largely forgotten. That death is not only an ending, it is a boundary. And boundaries are what give shape to a life. Without them, a life is not longer, it is formless. Perhaps these stories are warnings. Perhaps they are the way cultures process the terror of death by imagining something worse. Or perhaps, and this is a thread that will not tie itself neatly, perhaps some of them are records. The Sumerian king list was not written as mythology, it was written as administration. Genesis was not written as poetry, it was written as genealogy. The witnesses who saw Saint Germain were not mystics sitting in darkened rooms, they were diplomats and kings. None of this proves anything. Proof is not the currency of stories this old. But proof is not the only thing that matters either. What matters is the question. Why do so many civilizations across so many centuries tell stories about people who do not die? The manuscript lay open on Reverend Robert Kirk's desk that May evening in 1692. 7 years documenting the secret commonwealth, his systematic catalogue of fairy society, was complete. Local whispers had grown urgent. Old women crossing themselves when they saw him. children avoiding Doon Hill. His congregation was nervous when he mentioned supernatural matters. Kirk climbed the fairy knoll one final time, manuscript beneath his arm. He'd spent countless nights mapping territorial boundaries of beings that shouldn't exist, recording supernatural abilities with scholarly precision. The villagers found his body at dawn, sprawled lifeless at the summit. This was no natural death, they whispered. The fairies had claimed him. Punishment for exposing their secrets. At his funeral, mourners glimpsed a tall figure in clerical dress among the trees, watching with eyes that held too much knowledge for mortal souls. When his manuscript finally reached print, readers discovered what cost Kirk his life. These weren't diminutive garden sprites, but beings of immense power commanding societies that surpassed human civilization. Shapeshifters bending reality itself. Time manipulators compressing centuries into heartbeats. Across Celtic lands, from Newgrange to Skye, from Tara to Glastonbury, certain places pulse with otherworldly energy, where dimensional membranes grow thin. For 2 millennia, humans have encountered these entities, leaving testimony revealing unsettling truths. Gerald of Wales documented history's most detailed fairy encounter while travelling through Pembrokeshire. A local priest shared the account of Elidurus, a boy who discovered an underground kingdom beneath the river Neath. It was said through a dark tunnel, Elidurus entered a twilight realm, inhabited by small, fair-haired people in golden garments riding tiny horses. They sustained themselves on saffron-flavored milk. Their king questioning him about the upper world's fascination for human violence. Concepts foreign to their harmonious civilization. They permitted free travel between realms, but prohibited removing anything from their kingdom. For months, Elidurus witnessed their advanced society, marveling at technology that transcended medieval understanding. Their governance operated on principles, making human civilization seem brutish by comparison. The fatal mistake came when his mother convinced him to bring back a golden ball as proof. The moment he surfaced with it, the sphere vanished, and the tunnel sealed forever. And despite years of searching, he never found the fairy kingdom ever again. Gerald's meticulous documentation reveals fairy characteristics persisting across centuries. Twilight realms existing parallel to our own. Absolute prohibitions against theft. Conditional access dependent on fairy goodwill. And sophisticated civilization operating by utterly alien principles. This wasn't primitive folklore, but systematic investigation of impossible phenomena anchored in specific geographic locations. The witness testimony format and careful scholarly documentation make this one of the earliest credible fairy investigations, establishing patterns that would repeat for centuries. Now, before Christianity transformed Celtic spirituality, the Tuatha De Danann, the divine tribe of goddess Danu, ruled Ireland from otherworld strongholds. Archaeological evidence from Newgrange, Tara, and the entire Brú na Bóithre complex suggests these beings transcended mythological constructs, their astronomical alignments capturing and focusing celestial energies through passages framing otherworld gateways. Their four great treasures demonstrated reality-shaping technology beyond human comprehension. Dagda's cauldron provided endless sustenance and resurrection powers, restoring warriors to life for renewed battle. Lu's spear never missed targets and compelled absolute truth from those it threatened. Nuada's sword cut through any defense while binding wielders to complete honesty. The Leah Foyle's Stone of Destiny, still standing at Tara, screamed when touched by rightful kings, its otherworldly shriek audible across counties. Individual Tuatha De Danann possessed abilities dwarfing human understanding. Breed commanded forge fire and divine inspiration, maintaining eternal flames at Kildare that consumed no fuel. The Morrigan manifested as a beautiful woman or a crow, her battlefield prophecies determining outcomes before combat began. Manannán mac Lir ruled the seas with mist boats faster than wind, the phantom islands appearing and vanishing according to will. Classical observers documented these encounters with appropriate awe. When Roman legions attacked Anglicie's Druidic stronghold in 16 CE, Tacitus recorded terrifying moments when Druids summoned shining protectors, luminous figures emerging from sacred groves to stand between the Holy Island and its invaders. These weren't folklore fantasies. with systematic supernatural warfare, employing otherworld allies whose power could devastate entire armies. As Christianity spread across Celtic territories, ancient gods adapted by establishing parallel realms operating alongside human civilization. This created elaborate court systems defining fairy society. Sophisticated civilizations choosing shadow governance over direct rule. Their invisible kingdoms existing in spaces between dimensions. The Seelie Court emerged as blessed ones, generally benevolent entities honoring ancient contracts with humanity. They were tall, elegant, radiating inner light that could blind mortal eyes. Seelie fairies blessed crops when properly approached, protected respectful travelers, and granted wishes to those demonstrating genuine need rather than mere greed. Said they dressed in fabric shifting color like oil on water, rode horses leaving no hoofprints, and spoke in voices bypassing ears to resonate directly in listeners' minds. Operating from highland strongholds, it was said the Seelie maintained neutral territories where humans could safely approach their representatives. Skye's Fairy Bridge marked diplomatic ground for supernatural negotiations. Glencoe's hidden valleys sheltered their councils from human interference. Dunvegan Castle hosted meetings between fairy nobles and sympathetic clan leaders, with Highland families preserving detailed records of supernatural military aid, magical gifts influencing clan fortunes, and protective enchantments spanning generations. The Unseelie Court represented darker aspects of otherworld power. Unblessed ones found entertainment in human suffering, viewing mortal anguish as fascinating spectacles worthy of careful study. Possessing identical reality-shaping abilities as their Seelie cousins, they employed supernatural power for cruelty rather than protection. Their malevolence limited only by imagination and opportunity. Unseelie fairies maintained their beauty, but carried wrongness that careful observers could detect. Skin too pale for human genetics, eyes completely black without visible pupils, smiles revealing too many teeth, or unsettling stillness suggesting they weren't quite alive in any recognizable sense. They delighted in cursing those who offended them, bringing disease to entire communities, manipulating human minds until victims descended into madness, stealing souls to power their supernatural abilities. Their most terrifying manifestation was the wild hunt. Ghostly riders, led by unseelie kings pursuing human souls across night skies. Those hearing hunting horns and baying hounds knew death approached, for the hunt collected the dying and dragged them to the otherworld realms for purposes too dark to contemplate. Both courts maintained hierarchies transcending human political limitation. Fairy queens, it was said, ruled with absolute authority, their reality-shaping powers making them virtually omnipotent within territorial domains. Fairy kings, it was said, commanded military forces, guarding boundaries with ruthless efficiency. Below them ranged nobles with specialized abilities: weather control, time manipulation, inter-realm ambassadorships. Political centres included Knockma and Galway, where it was said elaborate processions emerged from hillsides during the new moons, and the Isle of Man's Tinwald Hill, hosting fairy parliaments paralleling human governance with supernatural legislation affecting fishing rights and crop yields. As fairy society consolidated across Celtic territories, environmental specialization created distinct supernatural species adapted to specific landscapes and human communities. These represent fundamentally different otherworld entities, each commanding unique abilities reflecting their chosen domains. Ireland's banshees embodied terrifying prophetic power, supernaturally bonded to ancient bloodlines through prehistoric pacts transcending memory. These spirits possessed death sight piercing time's veil, their otherworldly vision revealing approaching tragedy with merciless clarity. The banshee's shrieks could carry across impossible distances to warn family members of doom approaching on silent feet. Manifestations followed specific patterns, suggesting deeper supernatural mechanics. Beautiful women lured the unwary into complacency before delivering prophetic messages. Ancient hags abandoned all pretense of comfort for stark truth-telling. Most disturbing were washing women, figures discovered at midnight streams, scrubbing blood-stained clothing belonging to the soon-to-die. Kerry and Cork families preserved meticulous documentation of hereditary banshee attachments, noting specific manifestation signs and tracking uncanny accuracy of supernatural warnings. Scotland's brownies developed the most successful fairy-human partnerships. These household spirits possessed supernatural strength, enabling impossible overnight accomplishments. Moving massive stones, challenging modern machinery. Harvesting entire fields while households slept. Constructing buildings with inhumane speed and precision. Their appearance combined human and animal characteristics. Pointed ears, elongated limbs, faces blending human intelligence with bestial features. Brownie loyalty, once earned, proved absolutely unshakable. They would protect adopted households across generations, providing supernatural aid in warfare, early warning of dangers, and protective magic shielding entire clans from harm. Highland castles throughout the Cairngorms preserved brownie chambers, small rooms featuring stone beds and tiny fireplaces burning without consuming fuel. But their rules brooked no violation. Offering clothing or wages drove them away forever, as would spying on any nocturnal activities. Scotland's coastal waters harboured selkies, dual-natured beings whose seal forms could transform into human shapes through magical sealskins, functioning as both garment and gateway between worlds. They wielded profound sea magic, predicting storms with perfect accuracy, navigating by stars invisible to human eyes, communicating with marine life across vast oceanic distances. Orkney and Shetland fishing families preserved numerous Selkie marriage accounts. Supernatural unions, producing children with inherited abilities, marking them as partially otherworldly. These half-Selkie offspring displayed second sight, uncanny swimming skills verging on supernatural, and weather prediction capabilities, invaluable to maritime communities. Yet, Selkie relationships carried inherent tragedies. Stolen skins trapped them in human form, but recovering magical hides meant immediate return to the sea. Wales developed unique fairy ecosystems centered on Tylwyth Teg, fair folk ruling mountain and valley domains. Lake maidens dwelling in Snowdonia's glacial tarns possess beauty transcending human understanding, their enchantments driving mortal men to madness with single glances. Most remarkable were the Goblin Eye, Welsh mine spirits, representing fairy adaptation to industrial environments. As humans delve deeper to mountain stone, these beings established tunnel territorial claims, appearing as small miner-like figures, possessing supernatural ore detection abilities, underground maze navigation skills, and cave-in warning systems. The Scottish witch trials produced countless supernatural testimonies, but none were as detailed as Bessie Dunlop's account from Dalry in Ayrshire. Unlike other accursed witches confessing diabolical pacts, Bessie maintained innocence while describing extraordinary fairy relationships, challenging contemporary understanding. Meeting Tom Reed while driving cattle to pasture, she initially perceived him as an honest, wheel elderly man and grey-bearded, wearing respectable clothing marking gentleman status. Only gradually did impossibility become apparent. Tom revealed his death at Pinkie Battle 30 years earlier, and his current residence with the fairy folk in Elfland's court, serving as a supernatural teacher. Tom Reed instructed Bessie in arts no mortal possessed. He taught medicinal herb identification by hidden properties, revealing plants curing diseases baffling professional physicians. His knowledge extended beyond herbalism to stolen goods locations, thief identification, and prophetic visions, invariably proving accurate. But most remarkably, Tom Reed brought other fairy folk to visit Bessie's home. She described elaborate processions materializing in her cottage. Magnificent riders in color-shifting clothing, mounted on white horses, led by Elfland's queen herself. These beings radiated otherworldly beauty and power, their presence transforming humble dwellings to fairy palace approximations. Through these visitations, Bessie learned sophisticated fairy society structure. Elfland's queen ruled absolutely over noble fairy courts, whose beauty and abilities far exceeded human limitations. They inhabited magnificent subterranean halls, traveled instantly between realms, and commanded reality-reshaping magic. These weren't diminutive folklore creatures, but full-sized beings, rivaling angelic power. Tragically, Bessie's honesty about fairy connections ensured her execution. Courts could accept supernatural power from demonic alliance, but not possibilities of benevolent fairy teachers. Her detailed testimony preserves complete records of fairy-human relationships, demonstrating fairy interest in human welfare, sophisticated teaching methods, elaborate social organizations, and willingness to share knowledge with worthy mortals. The fairies' powers reach far beyond the tricks and charms of mortal magicians. Their abilities touch the roots of the world itself, shaping what is seen, what is felt, and even the passage of time. Those who have crossed into their realms or met them on wild hills tell of wonders that cannot be explained by any craft of humankind. For most is the art known among the old storytellers as the veiling. This is no simple illusion. It changes the very substance of the world for as long as the fairy wills it. A tumble-down hut can stand as a great hall. A patch of heather can be made into a banquet table, heavy with gold and silver. To those caught within it, the enchantment feels true to every sense. The gleam of metal, the scent of roast meats, the warmth of a fire. Yet, when the spell breaks, the gold is leaves, the feast is dust, the fire is cold stone. Fairies can take hold of a mortal's thoughts as easily as a shepherd might catch a lamb. They may cloud a mind so that the entire meeting is forgotten, or plant false memories so firmly that they are believed for a lifetime. More subtle still is the music of their halls. Tunes so sweet and strange that those who hear them will dance without rest, unable to stop until their strength is gone. Many who enter their company find that time itself flows differently. A single night in the fairylands might span 100 years in the world of men, while long seasons spent in their halls can pass as only an hour outside. There are places, New Grange at the winter solstice, the stones of Callanish, where time does seem to buckle, and those who visit speak of journeys that end hours before they began. Fairy mounds are said to hold more within than the size of the hill could ever contain. Endless holes, forests, and seas under the earth. It is said travelers have walked for miles beneath a single rise, passing into lands that no map could show. It is said they can heal any wound in a heartbeat, or strike a healthy man with an illness no doctor could ever cure. Some bestow gifts of long life or youth, while others can wither a mortal to nothing in a matter of days. The darkest of these powers is the stealing of the soul, leaving behind a perfect likeness that is no more than a shell. Such changelings may speak and move like the person they replace, but they are hollow, their true spirit taken to the other world. Generations of encounters, some fortunate, others fatal, have taught that the fair folk abide by laws as old as stone. These laws are not human, yet they bind fairies and mortals alike, and breaking them invites swift, often merciless punishment. Those who keep to them, however, may earn protection, favor, and bonds lasting through entire family lines. Foremost is the law of exact exchange. Every kindness must be answered in kind, every gift repaid in full, every promise kept to the letter. These bindings are more than oaths. They are woven to the very fabric of the other world, impossible to break without dreadful cost. Yet the fair folk take words at their plainest meaning. There is no room for implication or excuse. Old Scottish trial records speak of these laws with fearful clarity. Never refuse food or drink offered by a fairy. It is the highest insult. Yet to eat it binds you to their realm. Speak always with courtesy, for they take offense at the slightest slight. Never spy upon their gatherings. The fate of Reverend Kirk is warning enough. And if you make a bargain, keep it to the very word. Over centuries, mortals have found ways to guard themselves. Cold iron burns them. Salt cast in a perfect circle holds them out. Running water bars their path, and the toll of a church bell drives them away. Rowan wood, sacred, protective, is said to ward their touch. But every gift from them hides a shadow. Gold turns to leaves at sunrise. Food makes mortal bread forever taste like ash. A fairy lover's kiss can steal the years from your life. And the music of their halls can make you dance until your heart fails. To see through their enchantments is the most dangerous gift of all. It may keep you from their lies, but it may also drive you to madness. Human minds were not made to bear the sight of the world as they see it. In times of peril, carry iron in your pocket, sword at your feet, sprig of rowan in your hand. Seek running water and the first light of dawn. These remain even now the surest known protections. In the Victorian age, the great powers of the fair folk were shrunken in the public mind until they were thought no more than tiny winged ornaments for children's tales. Where once they had been tall as kings and fierce as gods, they became imagined as flower-sized sprites, with only enough magic to tend a garden. This was no accident. The New Age preferred its wonders tame. The vast and dangerous forces of the old stories had no place in cities of steel and smoke. So, the image of the fairy was reshaped to fit parlors and nurseries. The realms once spanning mountains and seas were confined to hedgerows and meadows. Their power once feared was made safe for picture books. Yet in the quiet places, the truth endured. Lone hawthorn trees, bound by ancient taboos, still stood untouched by axe or plough. Stone circles still hummed with unseen forces, defying the compass and confounding the clock. Sacred wells still gave water that healed without cause. In the Gaelic-speaking hills and islands, the old ways were never wholly lost. Families kept the gift of second sight. Wise women treated illness with cures taught by otherworldly hands. Cunning folk in Wales whispered charms learned from lake maidens. Fishermen in the Isle of Man still steered by the warnings of unseen allies. Even the modern traveller at a stone circle or fairy hill sometimes feels time slip strangely, or finds their mechanical devices fail without reason. The storyteller Eddie Linan has gathered many such accounts, where roadways and plans are changed rather than disturb a lone fairy tree. In this, the fair folk did not vanish. They simply learned to wear a smaller mask. While polite society in London imagined only harmless garden sprites. The people of rural Ireland knew that the fair folk had not grown any less dangerous. In a village in County Tipperary, belief in their powers led to one of the most chilling cases ever recorded. Bridget Cleary was young, skilled, and independent. A dressmaker whose talent and spirit set her apart. When she fell ill one March, it began as a fever and weakness. Yet soon, strange changes were noticed. Her voice carried unfamiliar turns of phrase. Her movements and expressions were subtly wrong, as though the woman they loved was wearing another's skin. A local fairy doctor, Dennis Ganny, confirmed the family's fear. Bridget was gone. In her place stood a changeling, perfect in form yet lacking the spark that made her truly herself. The family turned to the old remedies. They brewed bitter foxglove tea, held her over the kitchen fire, and demanded that she speak the words no changeling could ever say. I am Bridget Cleary, wife of Michael Cleary. When Michael became convinced she was not his wife, he acted according to grim tradition, burning the impostor so that the true Bridget might be freed to return from the hill. Neighbors, family, even the doctor took part. Bridget's body was buried, and in the days that followed, Michael claimed he waited for her to ride home on a white horse, bound by fairy straps. The courts called it murder. Many locals, though, called it justice. You see, to them, the dead woman was not Bridget at all, but a shadow sent in her place. A reminder that the changeling's art is to make a perfect double that is, in truth, empty. Collectors of Victorian folklore uncovered a hidden order behind the chaos of fairy stories. A structure of rule and rank that rivals the grandest human kingdoms. These otherworld realms were not leaderless gatherings of wandering sprites, but nations, within their own monarchs, laws, and appointed servants, holding their thrones through centuries of human upheaval. The queens of the fair folk are spoken as forces of nature given form. They can bend the laws of the world within their domains, bring life or death with a thought, halt the march of years or speed it, and command the hearts of mortals until they are driven to madness. At Glastonbury Tor and other ancient sites, they are described as so beautiful that the sight of them alone is perilous. Their voices felt in the bones, rather than heard with the ear. The kings are the guardians of the boundaries, masters of war and protection. They ride at the head of armies that no human blade can touch, moving with speed no mortal can match. Highland clans speak of battles turned by their intervention, of foes scattered before their unseen ranks. Beneath the monarchs are those that keep the realm in order. Chord musicians whose playing can raise joy or grief in a heartbeat. Guards whose weapons strike with both steel and spell. Messengers who can carry thought itself across leagues in an instant. Even the running of a palace falls under fairy care. Servants who conjure feasts from scraps, keep halls spotless without lifting a hand, and weave garments that shift in colour like clouds in the wind. Justice here is swift and without measure. Small offense might earn a curse lasting generations. Entire bloodlines may be punished for one ancestor's slight. Punishments often mirror the crime, poetic but never merciful, and appeals can demand more than the original wrong was worth. The march of electricity and iron rails has not swept the fair folk away completely. If anything, it has given new ways to glimpse them, new signs of their passing. The places where they walk are the same as they have always been. Hills, circles, wells. But the traces they leave are now seen in faltering screens, broken signals, and clocks that tell the wrong hour. Walkers on the winter solstice at Newgrange still speak of hours unaccounted for. Some return from the stones of Callanish earlier than they left, others much later, with no sense of time passing at all. Cameras aimed at fairy places fail or return strange patterns. Mobile phones give directions to places that do not exist. The old blessings endure as well. Waters from certain wells and springs still heal sickness that medicine cannot touch. Tests show nothing in them that could explain it, yet the cures persist. Some who share bloodlines rooted deep in Celtic soil seem to meet with the other world more often than chance would follow. as though the gift or the curse runs in the veins. And in the matters of the earth, the fair folk have found strange allies. Campaigners to protect wild places sometimes find their work made easier by sudden failures of machines, delays to projects, or changes in plans to avoid cutting an ancient tree. In Ireland, roads still bend to leave certain hawthorns standing untouched, just as they did 100 years ago. From all that has been told, one truth emerges. The fair folk are not of our world, but of a realm that touches it only at certain places and times. At these crossings, the rules of nature falter, and their will becomes law. They can weave a place apart from the rest of the world, where gold gleams and food never spoils until the moment the spell breaks. They can reach into the heart and mind of a mortal, filling it with joy, dread, or false memories that feel more real than truth. They change as we change, shifting their shape to fit the age. Gods in one century, household spirits in the next, pretty winged creatures and painted books, and now presences that unsettle the electronic world. Yet whatever form they wear, their essence is constant, their strength undimmed. Their dealings with humankind are not without purpose. They have taught the growing of crops, the finding of herbs, the signs of the sky. In return, they have kept their influence over the land and its people. Wherever the children of the Celts have gone, there are whispers of the fair folk. Whether they followed their people across the seas, or whether the sight for them simply wakes in certain blood under the right skies, no one can say. To meet them now is to glimpse something older than cities, older than nations. A reminder that there is more to this earth than the maps can show. In these times, the old rules of caution still stand. The signs of their presence may be different, but the danger is the same. If the air grows suddenly cold in a place where no wind blows, if your camera fails without reason, if your phone guides you to nowhere or tells you the date is centuries past, tread carefully, my friend. If the forest grows silent or your dog refuses to go on, you may be standing on their ground. Perfect rings in grass or flowers, whether of mushrooms or bare earth, are not to be crossed without leave. If you must greet them, do so with respect. a bow of the head, a kind word. Milk, honey, or bread are still proper gifts. Do not wear iron if you wish to be welcome. If trouble comes, fall back on the oldest defenses. Carry a piece of iron in your pocket. Pour a circle of salt if you have the time. Cross running water if you can. Keep a sprig of rowan with you. And remember that dawn is your greatest ally, for with the first light, their strength fades. Across the centuries, through changes in language, in faith, the very shape of the lands, the fair folk have endured. They still shift their forms, twist time, and make or unmake the world before our eyes. Their courts and laws have outlasted kings, empires, and the boundaries of nations. The places where they have always been, Newgrange, Tara, Callanish, Glastonbury, still hum with the same strange life they held when Druids called them to battle. In our age, they trouble our machines, as once they troubled our plows. Their power is unchanged. They may seem smaller now than they were in the time of the gods, yet truth runs deeper. The old dangers are only sleeping, hidden beneath a veil of stories fit for children. They guard their places as fiercely as ever. They keep their bargains they make, for good or for ill. And wherever the mists gathered over sacred hills, wherever the dark pools lie in shadow under the trees, they are still there, watching, waiting, and utterly real. In the spring of 1519, in a manor house in France, one of history's greatest minds took his final breath. Leonardo da Vinci, painter, inventor, scientist, and polymath, left behind a legacy that has fascinated and puzzled humanity for over 5 centuries. Yet, for all his documented genius, Leonardo remains an enigma wrapped in mystery. His notebooks, filled with thousands of pages of observations, inventions, and ideas, were written in mirror script. His most famous paintings contain anomalies and hidden details that scholars still debate. His inventions seemed impossibly advanced for his time, yet many were never built. And perhaps most mysteriously, much of his work has simply vanished into history, leaving us with tantalizing fragments of a much larger puzzle. What secrets did Da Vinci hide in plain sight? Why did he encrypt his writings? What knowledge did he possess that he chose not to share? And what happened to the missing years, lost paintings, and unaccounted notebooks that might reveal the full scope of his genius? This is an exploration of the mysteries surrounding one of history's most remarkable figures. A man whose legacy is as much about what remains hidden as what has been revealed. Anyone who has examined Leonardo's notebooks encounters an immediate mystery. The text runs backward, readable only in a mirror. Thousands upon thousands of pages spanning decades of work, all written in reverse. The conventional explanation is simple enough. Leonardo was left-handed, and mirror writing prevented smudging the ink as his hand moved across the page. For a left-handed writer in an era of quills and wet ink, this would have been a practical solution. But was it merely practical? Or was it deliberate encryption? Leonardo lived in an era when the Catholic Church held immense power, and ideas that contradict church doctrine could result in investigation, imprisonment, or worse. Galileo, born just 12 years after Leonardo's death, would face the Inquisition for his scientific observations. Leonardo, whose notebooks contained anatomical discoveries from illegal dissections, engineering concepts for weapons of war, and observations about the natural world that challenged accepted wisdom, had every reason to obscure his work from casual observers. The mirror writing meant that his notes could not be quickly scanned by a passing priest, a suspicious patron, or a rival. Anyone wishing to read his work would need to make a deliberate effort, using a mirror or painstakingly decoding each line. This would give Leonardo time to notice their interest and, if necessary, provide innocuous explanations for his research. Beyond the mirror writing itself, Leonardo's notebooks are filled with deliberate puzzles and riddles. He wrote what he called prophecies, statements that sound apocalyptic but describe ordinary events. Men shall walk and not move. They shall talk with those who are not present. They shall hear those who do not speak, he wrote, describing dreams. Feathers shall raise men toward heaven, describing quills writing about celestial matters. There shall be great winds, by reason of which things of the east shall become things of the west, which could describe anything from weather patterns to trade winds to the movement of ideas. Were these merely playful exercises? Or did they represent a coded language that Leonardo used to communicate ideas to those who understood his system? His organizational system itself presents mysteries. Leonardo didn't number pages consistently, rarely dated his entries, and jumped between topics without warning. A page might contain anatomical sketches, mathematical calculations, observations about water flow, and a grocery list. Was this simply the chaotic working method of a restless mind? Or was it a deliberate strategy to make his notebooks difficult to navigate and understand? If someone seized his papers, they would find it nearly impossible to locate specific information or understand the full scope of any particular investigation. His scientific observations, too, contain some mysteries. Leonardo studied water with obsessive detail, filling pages with drawings of waves and currents. He developed theories about erosion, the age of the earth that contradicted biblical times. He observed fossils on mountaintops and correctly deduced they were ancient sea creatures, not relics of Noah's flood. Yet, he rarely stated his conclusions explicitly. Instead, he documented his observations and let the evidence speak, as if he knew that direct challenges to church teachings would be dangerous. What else might Leonardo have hidden in his cryptic writings? His notebooks contain lists of books he owned or wished to acquire, revealing interests in mathematics, engineering, ancient texts, and forbidden knowledge. He studied alchemy, though carefully separated this from his scientific work. He made notes about perspective, proportion, and geometry that suggest knowledge of mathematical principles not widely understood in his time. He owned books on music theory, astronomy, natural philosophy. The breadth of his reading demonstrates an intellect constantly seeking knowledge from every available source. And throughout his work, there are gaps, references to other notebooks, other studies, other conclusions that we no longer possess. He mentions experiments he conducted but doesn't describe. He refers to observations made in notebooks we've never found. He alludes to conclusions he's reached without explaining his reasoning. These absences tantalize scholars, suggesting that what survives represents only a fraction of Leonardo's total output, and that the most significant discoveries might be among what's been lost. Leonardo completed remarkably few paintings in his 77 years. Fewer than 20 are attributed to him with certainty, and many of those remain unfinished. Yet these paintings have generated more mystery and speculation than the complete works of most other artists. Each contains details, anomalies, and hidden elements that continue to puzzle experts. The Mona Lisa, perhaps the most famous painting in the world, has been analyzed exhaustively, yet remains enigmatic. Her smile, slight and ambiguous, has launched countless theories. Is she happy or sad, serene or mocking. Leonardo achieved this ambiguity through a technique called sfumato, using gentle graduations of light and shadow without lines or borders. The effect is hypnotic, but it also obscures. The more you look at Mona Lisa's expression, the less certain you become of what you see. Modern technology has revealed hidden layers beneath the visible surface. Infrared reflectography shows that Leonardo made significant changes during the painting process. The position of her hands changed, her face was adjusted, details were added and removed. These changes, visible through technical analysis, suggest Leonardo worked on this painting intermittently over many years, continually refining his vision. But what was that vision for? What was he trying to achieve that required such extended effort? Then there's the question of who she actually was. The traditional identification is Lisa Gherardini, wife of a Florentine merchant named Francesco. But Leonardo kept this painting with him for years, never delivering it to any patron. He continued working on it, refining it, carrying it from Italy to France. Would he have maintained such attachment to a simple portrait commission? Some scholars suggest she represents an ideal rather than a specific person, a study in perfect beauty and proportion rather than a depiction of a real individual. Others propose more exotic theories, that she's a self-portrait in feminine form, that she's a beloved student, that she represents a philosophical or alchemical concept. The landscape behind the Mona Lisa contains its own mysteries. The background doesn't match on the left and right sides. The horizon line sits at different heights, creating an impossible world. Is this deliberate symbolism, showing the subject between two different realities? Or is it simply unfinished? Another of Leonardo's many incomplete works. The rocks and waterways suggest specific locations, but no place in Italy perfectly matches the scene. Did Leonardo composite multiple locations? Or did he paint an imaginary landscape representing some inner truth? Recent analysis has also revealed tiny numbers and letters painted into the eyes of the Mona Lisa, visible only under magnification. Now, these marks could be Leonardo's signature or workshop codes, but their precise meaning remains unclear. What did Leonardo intend by including details invisible to the naked eye? Was he leaving messages for future viewers, equipped with better technology? Or were these simply artists' marks, never meant to be noticed? The Last Supper, painted on the wall of a monastery in Milan, has spawned perhaps even more speculation. Leonardo's composition breaks from traditional depictions of this scene in several significant ways. Christ sits at the center, but rather than a serene, static arrangement, Leonardo captures a moment of dramatic tension. Christ has just announced that one of his disciples will betray him. The apostles react with shock and confusion. The painting freezes a moment of chaos and human emotion. But Leonardo's use of mathematical proportion in this work goes far beyond normal artistic practice. The perspective lines converge precisely on Christ's right temple. The apostles are arranged in groups of 3, creating geometric relationships around the composition. The room itself follows precise architectural proportions based on mathematical ratios. Some researchers claim to have found musical notation in the positioning of bread and hands across the table, suggesting Leonardo encoded a melody into the painting. Others point to symbolic objects, unusual gestures, and details that might represent hidden meanings. The figure to Christ's right, traditionally identified as John, has feminine features and sits in a position that creates a V-shaped negative space between them. This detail has fueled intense speculation, particularly in popular culture, about whether Leonardo was representing Mary Magdalene rather than John. While most art historians dismiss this theory based on documentary evidence and artistic convention, it demonstrates how Leonardo's unconventional choices continue to generate controversy centuries after his death. The painting's condition adds another layer of mystery. Leonardo experimented with a new technique for this mural, attempting to work more slowly than traditional fresco methods allowed. Unfortunately, his experimental approach proved disastrous. The painting began flaking and deteriorating within years of completion. Over centuries, the Last Supper has been damaged by humidity, war, vandalism, and well-intentioned but destructive restoration attempts. How much of what we see today represents Leonardo's original vision, and how much has been lost or altered? Are details we consider significant actually the work of later restorers? The Virgin of the Rocks exists in 2 versions, one in the Louvre and one in the National Gallery in London, with significant differences between them. The Louvre version shows the angel Uriel pointing toward John the Baptist, with a mysterious knowing expression. The London version omits this gesture and includes halos and other traditional religious symbols. Why did Leonardo paint 2 versions? The conventional explanation involves a contract dispute. Leonardo and his collaborators created the first vision, but the clients rejected it over pricing disagreements or doctrinal concerns. The second version was then created to satisfy the commission, but the differences between the paintings suggest deeper reasons. Did someone object to elements in the first version? The pointing gesture in the Louvre painting directs attention in a specific way, creating a compositional and perhaps theological emphasis. Its removal changes the painting's meaning. Did church authorities find something troubling in Leonardo's original conception? Did Leonardo deliberately obscure meanings in the second version that he'd made explicit in the first? And then there's Salvator Mundi, the most controversial Leonardo in existence, depicting Christ as Savior of the world. This painting sold in 2017 for over $450 million, making it the most expensive artwork ever sold. Yet its attribution remains hotly debated. Some experts insist it's entirely by Leonardo. Others argue it's primarily the work of his students, with Leonardo's involvement minimal or non-existent. The painting's condition, with significant overpainting and restoration, makes definitive judgment nearly impossible. Technical analysis reveals multiple campaigns of work on the painting, with evidence of Leonardo's techniques in some areas, but cruder execution in others. The crystal orb Christ holds should refract and distort the image behind it, but in the painting it remains perfectly clear. Is this a deliberate, symbolic choice by Leonardo, representing divine perfection transcending natural law? Or is it evidence that a less sophisticated artist completed this portion? The debate continues, with major museums and scholars divided. Is this a lost Leonardo masterpiece, or the most expensive misattribution in history? Leonardo da Vinci dissected approximately 30 human corpses during his lifetime, an act that was, strictly speaking, illegal. The Catholic Church permitted limited anatomical study for medical purposes, but Leonardo's investigations went far beyond what was officially sanctioned. He dissected in secret, often working by candlelight through the night, racing against decomposition in an era before preservation techniques. The anatomical drawings that resulted from this forbidden work are staggering in their precision and insight. Leonardo documented muscles, bones, organs, circulatory systems with accuracy that couldn't be matched for centuries. He was the first person to correctly depict the human spine's curvature. He made detailed studies of the heart, understanding aspects of its function that wouldn't be confirmed until modern times. He studied the human eye so thoroughly that his drawings of its structure remain useful for teaching today. Leonardo's approach to anatomy was revolutionary. Rather than simply documenting surface appearance, he sought to understand mechanical function. He drew muscles from multiple angles, showing how they attach to bones and produce movement. He created what he called demonstrations, drawings that peeled back layers of tissue to reveal underlying structures. He used innovative techniques like wax injection to visualize hollow structures like blood vessels and brain ventricles, but Leonardo discovered things that directly contradicted church teachings and accepted medical wisdom. The church taught that the heart was the seat of the soul and the center of human emotion. Leonardo's dissections revealed it to be a mechanical pump, no more spiritually significant than any other organ. He discovered that sensory perception occurred in the brain, not distributed throughout the body as commonly believed. He understood that blood circulated, though he didn't grasp the full mechanism that William Harvey would later describe. His studies of the reproductive system are particularly advanced and particularly dangerous. He made accurate drawings of the fetus in the womb, showing its position and development. He studied male and female anatomy with scientific detachment, at a time when such investigations were considered scandalous. He compared human anatomy with animal anatomy, drawing conclusions about evolutionary similarities that wouldn't be formally articulated for another 300 years. Why didn't Leonardo publish these discoveries? He planned to. His notebooks contain notes about organizing his anatomical work into a proper treatise. He envisioned a comprehensive guide to human anatomy that would revolutionize medical education. But he never completed this project. Perhaps he recognized the danger in challenging orthodoxy so directly. Andreas Vesalius, who published the first modern anatomy text in 1543, faced enormous controversy for contradicting Galen's ancient teachings. Leonardo, working decades earlier and without the institutional protection, may have decided discretion was wiser than martyrdom. Leonardo's studies extended into areas even more controversial than anatomy. He observed fossils and correctly identified them as ancient marine life, leading him to conclusions about geological time that contradicted the biblical timeline of creation. Church doctrine held that the earth was approximately 6,000 years old, created in 6 days as described in Genesis. Leonardo's observations of fossilized shells on mountaintops, combined with his understanding of erosion and sedimentation, suggested an earth far older than religious teachings allowed. He studied the flight of birds with such precision that he understood principles of aerodynamics, lift, and air resistance. He investigated the properties of light, sound, and water. He developed theories about botany, geology, and meteorology. In each case, Leonardo approached the subject with empirical observation rather than accepting received wisdom. This methodology, so fundamental to modern science, was revolutionary in his time. The medieval worldview relied on ancient authorities, Aristotle, Galen, whose writings were considered more trustworthy than direct observation. These texts had been integrated with Christian theology, creating a comprehensive worldview that explained everything from planetary motion to human disease. Challenging these authorities meant challenging the entire structure of knowledge as his contemporaries understood it. Leonardo rejected this approach, trusting his eyes and his experiments over written tradition. But this methodology puts him at odds with powerful institutions. The Church was the primary patron of learning and controlled most educational institutions. Universities taught from approved texts and discouraged challenges to established doctrine. Leonardo, working outside this system as a court artist and engineer, had freedom to pursue his investigations, but he also lacked the protection and legitimacy that institutional affiliation provided. So he observed, documented, and kept his conclusions largely to himself. His notebooks became repositories of forbidden knowledge. Not forbidden in the sense of dark magic or heresy, but forbidden in the sense that his conclusions challenged the world as his contemporaries understood it. He saw deeper into nature's mechanisms than anyone else of his era. And the silence with which he met his discoveries suggests he understood the danger of speaking too loudly. Now, scattered through Leonardo's notebooks are designs for machines that seem impossibly advanced for the late 15th and early 16th centuries. Helicopters, submarines, tanks, machine guns, parachutes. Devices that would be successfully constructed 400 years or so later. These designs made Leonardo a legendary figure in the history of technology, a visionary who saw the future before it arrived. But there's something strange about many of these inventions. They wouldn't have worked. Leonardo's famous helicopter design, a screw-shaped device meant to compress air and lift a pilot skyward, lacks any viable power source. The design shows 4 men providing power by pushing cranks. But biomechanical analysis demonstrates this wouldn't generate sufficient force to achieve lift. Even if Renaissance craftsmen could have built it precisely to his specifications, it would have remained grounded. His tank design, a turtle-shaped armored vehicle propelled by men turning cranks, has its gears arranged backward. If built as drawn, the wheels would fight each other and the machine would go nowhere. Some scholars argue this was a simple drafting error, easily corrected. But Leonardo was meticulous in his mechanical drawings. Would he have made such a basic mistake? Or was this deliberate sabotage, ensuring that if someone attempted to build his war machine, it would fail? Were these simply failures of engineering? The inevitable mistakes of pioneer working without precedent, or were they deliberate? Leonardo worked for various Italian princes and nobles, creating engines of war as part of his employment. Military engineering was a lucrative field, and Leonardo's letters seeking patronage emphasized his abilities in this area. But his personal writings reveal profound distaste for warfare. He called it beastly madness. He wrote of soldiers and weapons with disgust, even as he designed them. Perhaps Leonardo's impossible inventions represent an elegant solution to an ethical dilemma. He could fulfill his obligations to his military patrons by providing impressive designs that demonstrated genius and innovation. These designs would satisfy their immediate demands and secure his position and funding. But by including subtle flaws, a gear configuration that couldn't work, a power requirement that couldn't be met, a structural weakness, he ensured these weapons could never actually be built and used for killing. This theory gains support from the fact that Leonardo's non-military inventions tend to be much more practical. His designs for construction equipment, water management systems, and manufacturing tools show careful attention to mechanical efficiency. His crane designs were buildable and functional. His water pumps worked. His mechanisms for textile productions could actually operate. The flaws appear primarily in his military work. Consider his obsession with flight. Leonardo spent decades studying birds, documenting their wing structures, analyzing their movements, understanding the principles that kept them aloft. He filled notebook pages with observations, how birds adjusted their wings to catch wind currents, how they balanced in flight, how they took off and landed. He designed multiple flying machines, each incorporating his observations. Some featured fixed wings like modern gliders. Others had flapping wings imitating birds directly. These designs couldn't work with Renaissance materials and power sources, but they revealed genuine understanding of flight principles. Leonardo knew why birds could fly, and he knew what would be required for humans to achieve that same feat. He simply lacked the lightweight materials and powerful engines that would eventually make aviation possible. His flying machines weren't flawed by error, but limited by unavailable technology. His studies of water were similarly advanced. He designed systems for canals, locks, and water management that were entirely practical, and some of which were actually constructed. He studied the Arno River exhaustively. His understanding of fluid dynamics informed both his practical engineering and his more speculative designs. He designed a submarine, a covered vessel that could travel underwater powered by human cranks. The design shows careful thought about waterproofing, air supply, and navigation. But again, the power source is inadequate. Humans pedaling cranks couldn't generate enough force to overcome water resistance from useful underwater travel. Was this another deliberate limitation? Leonardo was fascinated by underwater exploration, but he may have recognized that practical submarines primarily serve military purposes he found repugnant. So we're left with a puzzle. Leonardo clearly understood engineering principles at an advanced level. His practical designs demonstrate this understanding. His theoretical work on mechanics, maths, friction and motion shows sophisticated insight. But his military inventions, which might have made him famous and wealthy, contain curious flaws that would have prevented their construction. Was this simply the difficulty of innovating without precedent? Or was Leonardo deliberately sabotaging weapons he had no desire to see built? For all the Leonardo works that survive, perhaps more has been lost. Contemporary records mention paintings that no longer exist. Notebooks are referenced in historical documents but have vanished. And there are mysterious gaps in Leonardo's biography, where we simply don't know where or what he was doing. The Battle of Anghiari might be Leonardo's greatest lost work. Commissioned in 1505 to decorate a wall in Florence's Palazzo Vecchio, this massive mural depicted a violent cavalry battle with Leonardo's charismatic dynamism and psychological insight. Contemporary descriptions praise it as one of his finest works. Artists traveled to Florence to study it and make copies. Peter Paul Rubens created a detailed drawing based on it decades later, preserving some sense of the original composition. Then, in the 1560s, Giorgio Vasari was commissioned to redecorate the same hall. And the painting disappeared, painted over, or perhaps hidden behind Vasari's new frescoes. The mystery deepens because Vasari was Leonardo's biographer and admirer. Would he have destroyed a Leonardo masterpiece? Some researchers believe Vasari built a false wall in front of Leonardo's mural, preserving it while creating new decorations on the outer surface. In recent years, they used radar and other non-invasive techniques to research behind Vasari's paintings, hoping to find Leonardo's work preserved underneath. They found intriguing gaps in the wall structure that might indicate empty space, and tiny paint samples extracted through small holes show pigments consistent with Leonardo's era and palette. But definitive confirmation remains elusive, and Italian authorities have been reluctant to permit destructive investigation. Is it still there, waiting to be rediscovered? Or was it destroyed? The Leda and the Swan, another lost Leonardo, is known only through copies made by his students and contemporaries. These copies show a standing nude figure of Leda with the Swan, an erotic mythological subject, rarely treated by Renaissance masters. The original apparently survived into the 17th century before disappearing, possibly destroyed for its sensual content. If the copies are accurate, Leonardo's Leda represented another masterpiece of anatomical precision and psychological complexity. The figure's pose demonstrates Leonardo's understanding of human anatomy. But where did it go? Who destroyed it and why? Then there are the notebooks. Leonardo left thousands of pages of notes, but scholars estimate this represents perhaps a third or less of what actually he produced. References in existing notebooks mention other volumes that have never been found. He refers to a treatise on anatomy that would have been his most systematic scientific work. He mentions books on paintings or on water, on mechanics. None of these organized treatises have been found. When Leonardo died, he left his papers to his devoted student Francesco Melzi, who guarded them carefully and attempted to organize them. But after Melzi's death in 1570, the collection was dispersed. Melzi's heirs didn't recognize the value of Leonardo's seemingly chaotic notes. Some notebooks were sold, others given away, still others were simply lost. By the time scholars recognized what had been lost, the trail was cold. Some notebooks surfaced centuries later in unexpected places. The Codex Leicester, now owned by Bill Gates, was lost for centuries before being rediscovered. The Codex Madrid wasn't found until 1965, misfiled in the National Library of Spain. How many other Leonardo notebooks remain hidden in libraries, private collections, or simply lost? What secrets might they contain? There are also mysterious gaps in Leonardo's life. Between 1476 and 1478, he essentially disappears from historical record. Or was he? What was he doing? In April 1476, Leonardo and several other young men were anonymously accused of sodomy. The charges were serious. Sodomy was punishable by death, but the accusation was dismissed, possibly due to insufficient evidence or powerful connections protecting the accused. Did Leonardo leave Florence after this scandal? Some scholars speculate he traveled, perhaps to other Italian cities or even beyond. Others suggest he might have lived quietly, avoiding attention until the scandal faded. But for a figure as prominent as Leonardo was becoming, this absence from records is unusual and suggestive. What happened during these missing years? Did he make discoveries, create works, or have experiences that he never chose to document? His final years in France raise questions too. Why did King Francis I bring Leonardo to France? Leonardo was over 60 when he arrived, past the age when he might be expected to undertake major commissions. His right hand was partially paralyzed, limiting his ability to paint. Yet Francis treated him with enormous respect and provided him with generous support. The king called Leonardo my father and visited him regularly. What did Francis hope to gain from Leonardo's presence? Was it simply the prestige of having Europe's greatest artist at his court? Or did Leonardo share knowledge with the French king that he'd kept secret from Italian patrons? Did he reveal inventions, scientific discoveries, or political insights during these final years? Francis must have believed Leonardo's presence valuable enough to justify the considerable expense of supporting him. Leonardo brought 3 paintings with him to France: the Mona Lisa, Saint John the Baptist, the Virgin and Child with Saint Anne. Why these 3? What made them special enough to carry across the Alps when Leonardo's mobility was limited? Were they simply his finest works, or did they hold meanings that made them particularly valuable to him? Leonardo left us with extraordinary works and extraordinary questions. His paintings hang in museums, studied by millions, yet still concealing their secrets. His notebooks, scattered across institutions worldwide, continue to reveal new insights while leaving fundamental questions unanswered. His inventions inspire, even as we puzzle over their flaws and impossibilities. What we know about Leonardo is impressive enough. A genius who excelled in multiple fields, whose observations and insights were centuries ahead of their time, whose artistic achievements remain among humanity's greatest. But what remains mysterious might be even more significant. The knowledge he chose not to publish, the discoveries he made but kept hidden, the works that have vanished. These absences hint at a Leonardo even more remarkable than the one documented in his surviving work. Perhaps Leonardo understood something that we're only beginning to grasp. That some knowledge is dangerous. That some truths are better left unstated. And that genius sometimes consists not in revealing everything you know, but in knowing what to conceal. He lived in an era when speaking too freely could be fatal, when challenging authority invited persecution, when the new science he pioneered was still seen as potential heresy. So he wrote in mirror script, hid meanings in his paintings, designed weapons that couldn't quite work, and kept his most revolutionary ideas coded or secret. He gave us just enough to recognize his genius, but held back enough to protect himself and protect us. 500 years later, we're still trying to read what he concealed, still searching for the lost works, still puzzling over the mysteries he deliberately created. Da Vinci remains, as he perhaps intended, an enigma, a man whose revealed genius only hints at the depths of what he truly knew and chose not to share. The mysteries surrounding him are not simply the result of time's passage and history's accidents. They are, at least in part, Leonardo's own creation. His way of speaking across centuries to those patient enough to look beneath the surface and wise enough to understand that some of history's greatest minds knew the value of silence. The Irish Druids trained for 20 years, memorizing vast bodies of learning. They studied astronomy, law, medicine, natural history, philosophy. Roman observers called them the intellectual equals of Greek philosophers. Irish kings deferred to their judgment, yet they never wrote any of it down. It was forbidden to record their sacred knowledge. When Christianity arrived in Ireland and the Druidic tradition died out, all that knowledge vanished. 20 years of education accumulated over centuries, preserved in human memory alone. Tonight, we'll piece together what the Romans witnessed, what early Irish manuscripts reveal, what archaeology suggests, and contemplate what we lost forever when the last Druid died without passing on their learning. Let us begin with what the Romans saw. In 56 BC, Julius Caesar led his legions into Gaul, what we now call France, and encountered a society dominated by a learned class called Druids. Caesar was a careful observer, and what he saw impressed him enough to write about it in detail. According to Caesar's accounts, Druids underwent training that lasted as much as 20 years. Think about that. 20 years of full-time education, all of it done through memorization. Everything was committed to memory and recited until perfect. Why no writing? Caesar explained that the Druids believed knowledge loses its power and sanctity when written down. They also feared their sacred learning falling into the wrong hands. If everything existed only in trained minds, it could carefully be controlled, passed only to those who deemed worthy after years of proving themselves. Caesar noted that some students traveled specifically to Britain and Ireland for their Druidic education. This is significant. It suggests Ireland, unconquered by Rome, was recognized as a center of Druidic learning, perhaps the most important center. When Roman persecution drove Druids from Gaul, many fled to Ireland, concentrating the tradition there. So what did they actually study during those 20 years? Caesar listed several subjects: the movements of the stars and their meaning, the size of the earth and the universe, the nature of the physical world and what he called the power and majesty of the immortal gods. This wasn't superstition. Caesar, an educated Roman, recognized it as systematic learning comparable to Greek natural philosophy. But Druids were more than scholars. They were judges who settled all legal disputes, from property boundaries to compensation for injuries. They advised kings on matters of war and peace. They taught the children of nobility. They preserved genealogies and historical records. They led religious ceremonies and interpreted omens. Most remarkably, they held authority over kings. In council meetings, the king could not speak until the Druid had spoken first. Druids could excommunicate people from religious rites, essentially a social death sentence. Their legal judgments were final and binding. They were exempt from military service and didn't pay taxes. This wasn't a marginal group in society. The Druids were the intellectual and legal elite of the Celtic world. Another Roman, Pliny the Elder, writing in 77 AD, added more details. He described their knowledge of plants and healing. He witnessed their ceremony of cutting mistletoe with golden sickles. It was not superstitious theater, but a carefully timed harvest of a plant they used medicinally. He noted their understanding of astronomy, how they calculated the precise timing for their ceremonies based on celestial movements. What strikes us reading these Roman accounts is the consistency. Multiple independent observers, often hostile to Celtic culture, all confirm the same basic facts. Druids underwent decades of training, memorized enormous bodies of knowledge, and wielded authority based on their learning. These weren't primitive shamans or simple priests. They were a highly educated class whose knowledge was systematic and sophisticated enough to impress even Roman observers familiar with Greek philosophy and Roman law. The question is, if they spent 20 years memorizing, what exactly was in those minds? The Romans never conquered Ireland, which means the Druidic tradition survived there longer than anywhere else. When Christianity arrived in Ireland around 432 AD with St. Patrick and other missionaries, something interesting happened. Rather than completely destroying the old culture, Christian monks in Ireland did something very unusual. They wrote down significant portions of it. Between 600 and 800 AD, Irish monasteries produced manuscripts preserving ancient Irish laws, genealogies, histories, and epic tales. These weren't Christian creations, they were pre-Christian knowledge being recorded for the first time. and they give us our best window into what Druids called three in Irish. Let's start with the Brehon. The Brehon laws are the ancient legal codes, written down by monks but clearly pre-Christian in origin. They're extraordinarily sophisticated. We're talking about a legal system that covered property rights, injury compensation, contracts, environmental protection, and women's rights with a level of detail and nuance that wouldn't be matched in most of Europe for centuries later. For example, the Brehon laws had precise compensation amounts for every conceivable type of injury or insult. Lost a tooth, specific compensation. Scar on the face, different amount depending on visibility. Each person had an honor price based on their social status, and crimes were compensated accordingly. This required memorizing thousands of specific cases, precedents, and amounts. The laws also protected trees. Sacred trees couldn't be cut without severe penalty. Even non-sacred trees had protections based on their usefulness. Cut down an oak that marked a territorial boundary. That carried one punishment. Cut down an apple tree that fed a community. Different punishment. The Druids who administered these laws had to know every tree species, its uses, its social and practical value. Women's rights under the Brehon law were remarkably advanced. Women could own property independently, divorce their husbands for specific reasons, practice professions, and had legal protections during pregnancy. A husband couldn't make major decisions without his wife's consent. This wasn't primitive tribal law. This was a sophisticated legal framework that someone had to learn, memorize, and apply. The Irish bardic tradition gives us another clue about Druidic knowledge. After the Druids disappeared, the roles were partly continued by the Fili poets and historians. To become a qualified Fili required 12 years of training, down from the Druidic 20. During this time, they had to memorize at least 250 long poems and stories, plus all major genealogies, historical events, and territorial boundaries. If the shortened successor tradition required memorizing 250 major works, what did the full Druidic training include? Modern scholars estimate that a 20-year Druidic education might have included the equivalent of 10,000 pages of material, legal codes, astronomical calculations, medicinal formulas, historical accounts, and ritual knowledge. The medical knowledge is particularly intriguing. Irish medical families in the medieval period preserved some Druidic healing knowledge, and their manuscripts from the 1300s and 1400s reference old knowledge and ancient techniques. They show sophisticated understanding of herbs, successful surgical procedures including skull surgery, and herbal combinations that modern research has found genuinely effective. Archaeological evidence backs this up. We found Iron Age Irish skulls with successful trepanation, holes drilled in the skull that healed, meaning that the patient survived. This wasn't butchery. This was skilled surgery. Someone had to know precisely where to drill, how deep to go, how to prevent infection, how to manage pain. That knowledge came from somewhere. The astronomical knowledge is perhaps most impressive. Major Irish sites like Newgrange show that 5,200 years ago, 3,000 years before the Druids, people in Ireland were calculating the celestial movements with extraordinary precision. Newgrange's passage aligns perfectly with the winter solstice sunrise. The hill of Tara has multiple astronomical alignments. Druids inherited and maintained this ancient knowledge, adding their own observations over centuries. The Irish calendar system preserved in medieval text shows this sophistication. It tracked both solar and lunar cycles, aligning major festivals with precise solar events. This required detailed astronomical observation and mathematical calculation. Then there was the epic tales, the Táin Bó Cúailnge, the Cattle Raid of Cooley, and the other Irish epics that were preserved orally by Druids before being written down. They contain references to Druidic practices, controlling weather, prophesizing future events, interpreting dreams, and understanding what the Irish called thin places. Locations where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin. How much of this is embellishment? It's hard to say. But the consistent detail suggests these stories preserve real cultural practices, even if the supernatural elements were exaggerated over generations of retelling. The lives of Irish saints, written by monks, provide another perspective. St. Patrick supposedly debated Druids on theological matters. These accounts describe Druids as educated opponents who could predict eclipses, interpret natural phenomena, understand the properties of plants that could heal or harm. The competitive tone of these stories suggests the Christian writers saw Druids as genuine rivals, not simple primitives. All of this evidence points to the same conclusion that Druids preserved and transmitted enormous bodies of systematic knowledge. were lawyers, they were historians, astronomers, physicians, philosophers, and priests, all combined into one. And it seemed to be all in their heads. While written sources tell us what Druids knew, archaeology shows us the physical evidence of their knowledge in action. The astronomical sites are most dramatic. Newgrange wasn't built by Druids, it's far older, but it proves that astronomical knowledge in Ireland goes back over 5 millennia. The structure is older than the pyramids itself, and its winter solstice alignment is so precise that modern engineers marvel at it. The builders knew exactly where the sun would rise on the shortest day of the year, and constructed a passage that channels the specific beam of light into the central chamber. Druids inherited this tradition of celestial observation. The Hill of Tara, Ireland's ancient royal seat, has multiple astronomical alignments. Stone circles across Ireland orient to various celestial events. This wasn't accidental. It required centuries of careful observation, mathematical calculation, and transmitted knowledge. The Druids were the last keepers of an astronomical tradition stretching back to Ireland's Neolithic period. Medical evidence from burial sites reveals sophisticated intervention. We find healed fractures that were clearly set by someone who understood bone structure. Trepan skulls where the patient survived show surgical knowledge. Some burial sites include herbs that we now know have genuine medicinal properties. The physical evidence validates the textual claims about Druidic medical knowledge. The metalwork is another clue. Bronze and Iron Age Irish metalwork shows extraordinary technical skill. Geometric patterns, complex alloys, techniques that required mathematical understanding. The Broy-Ter hoard, dating from the 1st century BC, includes a gold boat with such fine detail that modern jewelers struggle to understand how it was made. Did Druids teach craft knowledge, or at least preserve the mathematical and geometrical principles behind it? But here's what's most striking about the archaeological record. What's missing? There are no Druidic texts anywhere, not in Ireland, not in Britain, not in Gaul. No libraries, no archives, no carved inscriptions of their teachings. Despite Celtic cultures having contact with literate civilizations and despite knowing how to write, they used ogham inscriptions and Greek letters for trade. never recorded their sacred knowledge. The absence is itself evidence. It proves they didn't write it down. 20 years of education existed only in memory. If we estimate that a dedicated student could memorize the equivalent of several hundred pages per year, 20 years could theoretically contain the equivalent of thousands of pages of knowledge. The human memory, properly trained, is capable of extraordinary feats. But when that tradition breaks, when no new students are trained, when the last teachers die, everything vanishes. No library to consult, no backup copies, just gone. Based on all our evidence, we can reconstruct the likely categories of Druidic knowledge, even if we can't recover the specific details. Legal knowledge was clearly extensive. The Brehon laws prove this. Every type of contract, every form of injury. Druids carried the equivalent in their minds. They could hear a case, recall relevant precedents, cite specific legal amounts, and render binding judgments, all from memory. The laws were living knowledge, interpreted and applied flexibly to specific circumstances while maintaining consistency with tradition. Astronomical knowledge was equally sophisticated. They tracked the solar year precisely for agricultural timing. They calculated lunar cycles for their calendar and probably for predicting tides. They knew star positions and movements, possibly even eclipse prediction. Several accounts mention this. They aligned sacred sites with celestial events and knew exactly when to plant, when to harvest, when to hold ceremonies. Some scholars suggest they had a zodiac-like system, though evidence for this is limited. Medical and natural history knowledge was vast. They needed to know every plant, its properties, which healed, which poisoned, which altered consciousness. They knew seasonal timing for gathering, since many plants are only effective at certain times. They understood preparation methods: raw, boiled, fermented, aged, and, crucially, dosages. Many medicinal plants are poisonous in large amounts, but healing in small doses. Get this wrong could kill patients. They also knew surgical techniques, bone setting, wound treatment, and possibly early antiseptic methods using bulk plants. They remembered major events, battles, alliances, betrayals. They knew territorial boundaries and the historical basis for land rights. They preserved treaties and agreements. Without writing, the Druid was the historical record. Later, Irish bards memorized over 300 years of genealogies. Druids likely maintained even deeper historical knowledge. Religious and spiritual knowledge is the hardest to reconstruct, since Christian monks didn't preserve pagan theologies. The Druids clearly knew the nature and relationships of various gods and spirits, proper ritual practices, the sacred calendar's significance, divination techniques, interpretations of omens and dreams and beliefs about the afterlife. The Celts believed in reincarnation, which suggests a more complex theology than simple nature worship. Language and poetic knowledge was central. They may have invented the Ogham alphabet, a unique Irish writing system that appears around the time the Druids were active. They knew complex poetic meters, the power of satire, which had legal weight in Irish society, incantations and prayers, and the deep meaning of place names. Some scholars suggest they maintained a sacred language distinct from common speech. What we can only guess at includes philosophy. The Romans said Druids debated natural philosophy, suggesting systematic thinking about nature's reality. They must have known mathematics, necessary for astronomy and architecture. They apparently understood human psychology well enough to interpret dreams and counsel kings. Several accounts mention weather prediction. There's likely more we can't even imagine. Categories of knowledge that made sense in their worldview, but that we lack the framework to understand. But why was any of this never written down? The question haunts us. They weren't ignorant of writing. Celts used Greek letters for trade and commerce. The Ogham alphabet existed. They could have created books, scrolls, inscribed stones with their laws and learning. So why didn't they? The answer lies in their beliefs about the true nature of knowledge itself. To Druids, spoken knowledge was living knowledge. It carried power, authority, and sacred force. The act of teaching was relationship. The Druid's presence, voice, and person gave the knowledge legitimacy and life. Written words were dead, frozen, emptied of their vital force. There was also a practical security concern. Knowledge in books could be stolen, copied, misinterpreted, or misused by the unworthy. But knowledge held in memory, passed only after years of proving oneself trustworthy, remained controlled. You couldn't steal what existed only in a teacher's mind, unless you underwent the full training to receive it properly. The training of memory was itself considered a spiritual practice. Developing the capacity to hold 20 years of learning transformed the student. The discipline required, the mental structures built, the deep internalization of knowledge. These weren't just about information transfer. They were about creating a particular kind of person. Someone whose mind itself was a sacred vessel. The teacher-student relationship was central. Knowledge wasn't just transmitted, but explained, contextualized, tested. The teacher could assess whether the student truly understood, whether they were ready for more dangerous or powerful knowledge, whether they could be trusted with it. This personal transmission ensured proper use and prevented abuse. But the consequence of this system was catastrophic. Of course, when the Druids died out and the chain of transmission broke, everything vanished. There was no library to raid, no archive to discover. No stone inscriptions to translate, just silence. Just the scattered, often hostile accounts of outsiders who observed Druidic practices without understanding their full depth. It may be the single greatest knowledge loss in European history. The disappearance happened gradually over several centuries. First, the Romans conquered Gaul and the Druids were suppressed. The Roman government saw them as potential leaders of resistance and systematically undermined their authority. Many fled to Britain and Ireland when Rome never conquered. Knowledge that had been spread across Celtic Europe concentrated in these last refuges. Then Christianity arrived in Ireland around 432 AD. This wasn't primarily a violent conversion. St. Patrick and other missionaries offered something compelling: connection to the wider Christian world, access to Latin learning, and most crucially, writing. Christian monasteries became new centers of education, offering young people an alternative to lengthy Druidic training. The transition was probably gradual. For a generation or two, both systems coexisted. But Christian schools had advantages. They could offer fast education through books. They connected students to roaming learning and the broader Christian world. They promised spiritual salvation through a new religion that was spreading across Europe. As young people increasingly chose Christian education, Druidic schools had fewer students. Within a few generations, the unbroken chain of master teaching apprentice began to break. Some Druidic knowledge was preserved. The monks wrote down laws, histories, because these were practically useful. Medical knowledge was preserved because healing the sick was Christian charity. Epic tales were recorded because they had cultural value. But the preservation was selective and filtered. Pagan religious practices weren't preserved. They directly competed with Christianity. Divination methods were condemned as demonic. Magic of any kind was suppressed. Philosophical and astronomical knowledge that contradicted Christian cosmology was ignored or dismissed. What got written down was what the Christian monks considered valuable, or at least harmless. What was deliberately lost was enormous. The entire Druidic theology, their understanding of nature's divine aspects, their methods of prophecy and divination, their astronomical knowledge, perhaps most of their philosophical speculation about reality's nature. Anything that competed with Christian authority or doctrine simply wasn't preserved. References to active Druids continue in Irish sources until the 600s and 700s AD. They gradually merged with the Bardic tradition, losing their religious authority and legal power, but maintaining some role as poets and historians. By 900 AD, the tradition was essentially extinct. The memory of the Druids remained. They appear in tales and legends, but the knowledge is gone. The last Druid probably died without fanfare, perhaps not even realizing they were the last. Just an elderly person whose students had all chosen Christian education, taking 20 years of learning to the grave. And with them went answers to questions we now desperately want to ask. Modern scholars and even amateur enthusiasts have tried various approaches to recover some fragments of what was lost. Archaeological excavation of Druid-associated sites continues. Ritual deposits in bogs and lakes reveal what offerings were made, possibly suggesting beliefs and practices. Chemical analysis of ancient remains can detect plant use, potentially identifying medicinal herbs. Studying astronomical alignments at ancient sites reveals what celestial events may have been considered significant. But archaeology can only tell us so much. It shows us the physical traces but can't recover thoughts, words, explanations. Comparative studies look at other oral traditions, particularly the Vedic tradition in India, which preserved enormous bodies of knowledge through oral transmission for thousands of years. These studies show that human memory, properly trained, can preserve vast amounts of information accurately across generations. This validates the possibility that Druids really did maintain the knowledge scope ancient sources claim. Analysis of Celtic languages, particularly Old Irish, has revealed some pre-Christian terminology embedded. Some words preserve concepts or practices. Place names contain Druidic geography. Modern Druidic movements have existed since the 1700s, but most practitioners acknowledge they're reconstructing or reimagining rather than continuing an unbroken tradition. The chain broke too long ago. What exists now is inspiration, drawn from scattered sources, not recovered ancient knowledge. Some practitioners focus on nature spirituality and environmental wisdom, which may echo Druidic values even if specific practices are invented. So, what have we learned about what Irish Druids actually knew? We know they underwent 20 years of intensive oral education. We know they studied astronomy, law, medicine, natural history, philosophy. We know they held authority over kings, settled disputes, advised on matters of war and peace. Irish manuscripts preserve fragments of their historical knowledge. The whole of it, the integrated understanding that took 2 decades to master, the philosophical framework that made sense of all these different types of knowledge, the religious and spiritual teachings that gave meaning to their role, that's all lost. We live in an age where we preserve everything. Every piece of information is digitized, backed up, redundant. We can access the world's knowledge from our pockets. Yet we've lost knowledge that once existed only in human minds. The Druids believed that memory was more reliable than text. That living knowledge in living minds was sacred and powerful in ways that written words could never be. Text can burn, degrade, be deliberately destroyed. The Library of Alexandria burned. Medieval manuscripts crumbled. Wars have destroyed countless archives. But a living tradition, when it breaks, can never be recovered. Perhaps the real mystery isn't what they knew, but what we lost when we stopped valuing knowledge held in memory. Somewhere in ancient Ireland, in oak groves now gone, beside sacred wells now forgotten, Druids taught their students. They preserved knowledge for centuries without writing a word. And that died with them. We'll never know exactly what they knew. We can piece together fragments, make educated guesses, verify bits and pieces, but the whole of it, the integrated wisdom of Druidic tradition, is lost forever. The last Druid took those secrets to the grave, and the oak groves they walked are silent now.